Hello and good morning. Who needs the British Grand Prix when we've got our own one here at Trent Valley Kart Club in the heart of Lincolnshire? My name is Jake Peach. It is great to be back with you on Alpha Live, and today powered by our SlipStream service, where we're bringing you all of the amazing action from grassroots karting right up and down the UK. We've of course got Walter Mill in the mix. We have Sheddington. And here we are at Paul Fletcher International. You know the score by now, hopefully, if you are well across the world of karting. Just under 1,400 metres, 10 turns, some great elevation change in the first sector when we go into the bowl section, under the bridge and up and down towards turn one. Now today, it's always an interesting climate here, whether we're going to have any spots of rain in the vicinity over the course of the day. Looking overcast though there at the moment as you look at that, and plenty of amazing action to come our way in the next few hours of today. Our heats, first of all, of course, they're in practice at the moment. Just got our senior X30s doing their final warm-up out there, and we'll be heading into our first race of the day, featuring a senior Rotax grid which has really been hotting up over the last few rounds, and we're getting, obviously I know there are 7 rounds of the Trent Valley Kart Club this season, but it's going to be getting into that kind of place now, especially after round 4. We're kind of almost at the halfway point, and drivers are really starting to cement themselves, and the drivers that have turned up here consistently might not have had the best results, might not have been winning those races out at the front, but their consistency is paying off, even with finishes in the top 10, sitting at the top of championships. This is where it can really start to make the difference now. And the checker flag being waved for our final senior X30 warm-up, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on in the order, not until race 9, or race 10 even, of our running order this morning, and into our finals. But if you are watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, welcome. We welcome you with open arms. It's free to watch the heats of any of our club championships via SlipStream in the mornings. If you want to be catching the finals later on, become a SlipStream Pass member. And so many of you have already done that so far. Mr. Crazy Things, Jake Cozzy, Sean, Sinan, welcome to you. Charlie Foots, the Karting Sisters, Ash Shelton and Joe Weaver. You're all on board for an exciting day of action as we go into our first race of the day. And then here we are to go into senior Rotax for our first heat, and you can keep across all of this today and send us your comments on the live chat. Just pop us a comment in there if you're watching on Alpha Live, and we'll read out who you're rooting for throughout the day, the class of the field, who it's going to be. Obviously a busy grid, junior Rotax grid, senior Rotax grid, both needing B finals and repêchages later on today, so there's going to be plenty of stakes to be claimed out there. And who's going to bring it home on the day that England face off against Mexico at the Azteca? We have our very own Azteca of karting here. Is it coming home for one of our drivers today? Well, we certainly know it is. I guess it's one of them's going to win, one of them's going to take home the trophy, but not just sure who that's going to be yet. Plenty of races to get through by the time we find that out today. 29 races, in fact, and the first one here of our senior Rotax grid, B versus C, in our first groups, which means absolutely nothing to you, but the drivers will. And let's maybe take a look very shortly at who's going to be lining up on the grid for this first heat in senior Rotax on what should be a interesting time. And it's a very good point, actually, in the chat. England technically play tomorrow, although it does feel like today because it's 1 a.m. in the morning. I mean, if we're going to be that pedantic and picky, It's into tomorrow. It feels like today. You're going to be up. You're going to be up and watching it throughout the rest of today. But of course, the focus on the action, all your support should be here, including if you're watching in Greece as well, to Kazanis Fitness. Hello from Greece. Hello from all over the world, wherever you are watching in the UK here at PF International. We can now get a look at your starting grids for senior Rotax in this first heat. Let's see who is lining up to start us off on the action today, and no surprise to see George Holbrook, who is leading the championship at the moment in senior Rotax there on pole. A great performance from Suigas Pravalonis, who is down in P10 at the championship at the moment, also on the first row of the grid. True Preisner as privateer, really impressing and going through the field this year, and with the Kiddix UK team this weekend. Finley Jones in fourth, Liam Hartley, Brandon Truman, Joshua Smith and Adam Wooden is on P8. James Lowther, James Tester, he can do a thing if he gets into the right position at the front of the field. Jared Fox-Whiteley currently second in the championship, up 10 places in the last round to second on the grid. Couldn't quite take the win last time out in the final. Oliver Liversedge, Lloyd Hare, and that's the name you've got to look out for today. The biggest climber in last round's final in P13, Miles Robbie. Victor Hansen, Callum Sims is P16. Rossi Costello, Ollie Goodyear, Jacob Grun, Arthur Brownlees, Liam Morelli, Oscar Schierbeck, Ruben Mainlock and Dylan McDermott. Matthew So, Willem McIver, Evelyn Bai, Rocco Valentino, Owen Rathbone, Joshua Rudd, Kieran Glanville and Ilias Mufakir rounds off your 32 runners? Yes, 32 runners in this very, very busy, as always, senior Rotax grid, and will be the same in our juniors later on. How can George Holbrook get on? As a privateer, he has his own refrigeration business when he's not karting. Can he keep cool out there on the track so far for the rest of this weekend? They go into the tram lines, and we are away and racing, and no, we're not. We've got the false start and the false flag coming through turn one, so they'll go around for another formation lap and another opportunity to get some warmth in the tyres. Not getting any sound from our coverage out there with the sound of the engines. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you that very shortly as we get underway here today. But coming down into this first hairpin, it's the first time you're watching and you've tuned in for Trent Valley Kart Club or any of the meetings that are here at PF International. This hairpin here where they're going through right now is so crucial for an overtaking spot. Down off the bridge, you got the momentum, you got the run on your rival after nailing the first sector, clipping the apexes of the bowl, maybe taking a wide line, getting your rival on the exit there, and now you make your way through sector 2 and here into sector 3, where we see so many overtakes in the Mike Wilson complex and through the Fullerton S's just before now. But there you can see Suigas Pravalonis, who I don't think he'll be surprised to be up there in P2 in this group, but George Holbrook very much wanting to keep this momentum going throughout this 2026 season. And he's been showing consistency, improving one place every round. How are we going to get going today? Are we away into the tram lines now? Is our race starter happy? Yes, we're... Oh, and that's not what we want to see at the start. On the straight, an incident between some of our back markers there. And as you'd expect, a yellow flag out on the start-finish straight. Our drivers are still racing, though, into turn one. It's well out the way of them. And who's maintained the lead? George Holbrook. Colour drivers get wide outside onto the mound on the right as they come off of the bridge section. And here we go. Here comes the tussling into the hairpin for the first time, as is so synonymous with every single race here at PF International. A nice dive down the inside there. What looked like from our third place man at the start. Might have been Drew Price, you know, up into second place ahead of Suigas Pravalonis, but we'll see. And all confirm these switch of positions on a frantic first lap here, as always. What would you expect? Absolutely nothing less. What you'd expect, though, is to see George Holbrook out in the lead there already. He's built himself at least a 4/10 gap ahead of Drew Preiser. There you go, confirmed. Drew Preiser in second. And Pravalonis trying to come back at him now from third. After dropping a place on the lap. He might be around the outside there. Has he made it stick? No, Preisner still in second. So here George Holbrook settling to the race, looking over his shoulder thinking, what on earth is going on behind me? I don't want to be part of that. I want to try and drive off into the distance here. The more these two in second and third are going to keep each other occupied, the better. And he won't mind that one bit there. You can see the Coles Racing livery of James Lowther coming out of the second hairpin and down in towards here. The Fullerton S's getting no apex right and getting very sideways there was Adam Wooden into the Mike Wilson complex, just about collecting it all together. And look at this, plenty of argy-bargy going on here in the PF plate of Brandon Truman there with the prestige around Paul Fletcher International. Almost a car marked against him, but he's looking to make that pay. Look at that up the inside, lovely switch move where you saw there under the bridge into the bowl section. That's how you do it. Job done. Let's move on. And that is definitely the message here that Zrigas Pravalonis wants to say about first place, because he's got back ahead of Drew Preiser. He wants to lead this charge and bring other drivers with him here. He wants to bring James Lowther through. Look at the pace that James Lowther's got down there in P4. He might even be up to P3. He's not sitting in the top 10 of the championship at the moment, but he's certainly thereabouts in this race, isn't he? And finding his way. His first meeting was only the last round, round 3 of the kart championship, and in that one he finished in a strong P9. So P9 currently to P3 at the moment in this race. Not a bad showing, up 6 places already from his final position and into second place. Where's this pace coming from? From James Lowther. It's beautiful. I say that, he's just about to try and get past again for second, but I think he's just, no, he's gone back to third. And look at these two, Pravalonis, Lowther. It might be the heats, but there's no time wasted out there whatsoever at the moment. In the midfield of PF, trying to hold it round the outside is Lowther. And Pravalonis is having none of it. He's trying to shut the door and cut off the racing line and the apex going to the next turn. Preisner, oh, nearly rides over the back of Lowther. Preisner's dropped down to fourth now. Who's this trying to take opportunity? Up the inside. That'll be Jared Fox-Whiteley, our second place man at the end of the race meeting in round 3, taking the chance. And just like when you hear about Sturch, you see another move there. Adam Woodham going ahead of Liam Hartley up into 7th. If you see a gap and you don't go for it, you're no longer a racing driver. So why wouldn't you? Especially when there are so many doors that can open here at PF International. 3 minutes 50 plus 1 lap on the clock. And we're well into our karting action straight away today. And they're still, at this stage, running 3-4 wide. It is not letting up whatsoever. Oh, and getting a braking all wrong there. I think that was Brandon Truman getting the braking all wrong into what looked like our 33 runner in Callum Sims for Team Evolution. That was in the midfield, down in sort of P13. As you can understand, yellow flags out there. And an immediate investigation flag for Brandon Truman there. Whether that was accidental or, well, a bit more malicious. You'd like to think it wasn't malicious, but the stewards might have no choice but to take a dim view of what happened there. But we'll leave that to them. That's their job. And our job here, with 3 minutes on the clock left, as there's a nice run there up the inside. And I think it's made that move stick around the outside there. Beautiful driving from, looks like Finley Jones, back towards around about P11, P10 right now. And Finley Jones, yeah, I think overtook Oliver Liversedge in the Jax Motorsport car. You could just see the Jax livery behind. And defending the position staunchly is Finley Jones. Wants to keep it, but no, that's not going to keep it. That car looks a bit worse for wear now. Liversedge didn't like being overtaken by Finley Jones, and they tried to make a comeback up the inside, and, well, it will just make him go back through the grid, unfortunately. and not one he'll want to see again. Look at the lead that Holbrook is building for himself, though, out front as we cut to the front of the field. They come across the line once again with 2 minutes on the clock. Holbrook up the inside, Fox Whiteley up the inside, and Pravalonis into the bowl. How many times has he done that over his distinguished career in the playbook? I'm sure for many a driver, and that in Fox Whiteley too. You can see Lowther's now down to third. Will still be very happy with this progress, though, up 5 places from his start. But Fox Whiteley sitting where he finished at the end of the last race meeting for round 3 right now, and looking to maintain that consistency, take a good haul of points into the intermediate classification to give himself the best chance to be starting right up there in the final to challenge what looks like his main contender this weekend, and quite obviously out in the lead, George Holbrook. Look at those two on the inside. Joshua Smith pushing Adam Wooden, I think, to the side there. It might have been another driver, not quite sure who it was, but don't think 2 went into 1 there, that's for sure, as we come through the final corners. Black flag for Callum Sims in the 33. I'm not sure if that's a mechanical issue or whether he's just got a straight black flag there for Team Evolution. Down in 24th at the moment, but that is not the way that Callum wants to be starting his weekend here at PF International. That is an understatement. Dive to the inside. Beautiful from Adam Wooden there to take a place on Joshua Smith. This is for P4 and P5. Still many drivers going off in the midsection of the track in Sex 2. Can't quite figure out their braking points, so plenty of action going on there. Let's stay on this battle here for what is now P4. Fastest lap of the race. Got the pace out there, has he, at the moment, setting the timing screens alight, making them all purple, though Fox Whiteley just pips into that. Wooden, though, on the charge. So is Fox Whiteley, 56.8. A good 0.3 of a second quicker, and George Holbrook out front. It's a second gap, though, to try and close up with 2 laps to go. Is it too much to ask for Fox Whiteley to get after George out front? Yellow flags as they come into the second hairpin, as some of our drivers retired out off of the second hairpin on the grass to either side. A nice move on the brakes there. Very progressive braking. Lovely from Victor Hansen on Liam Hartley up to P7. Liam Hartley, P8 in the championship, will not be wanting to lose places, wants to maintain this momentum to try and finish within the top 10 of the championship. Here is Wooden for 4th. Behind him, Joshua Smith, giving it all out there at the moment. Trying to lean on the side of the kart to try and get the kart down into the ground and grip up on the curb and on the exit down the start-finish straight, trying to get the best traction out of there. We've got a warning flag out for Dylan McDermott, who's got to be careful that he goes about his racing in a polite fashioned way for the rest of this one. We're on to our final lap though here, and Holbrook's gap is coming right down. It was a second, it's now 0.6 of a second. I'm not sure Fox Whiteley's going to have enough in him in this one. They're coming into the third sector as well with waved yellows, which means they've got to be cautious, no overtaking. It looks like they're going to settle for this one. Liversedge is also investigation for that earlier incident in the race, which we'll hear more about from the stewards after. But here comes George Holbrook. He's leading the way coming into this weekend, and he starts off on the right foot. Takes the win in the first heat for Senior Rotax at PF International. Fox Whiteley in a strong second place there, up 9 places. Lowther up 6 to third. Wooden, great performance from him, setting the fastest lap at the race at one point as well. Joshua Smith settled for 5th in the end. Victor Hansen, Lloyd Hare, nice gain from him as well for Dan Holland Racing, up to 6th. Liam Hartley for Chatdex Racing in P8, and Miles Roby. Drew Preisner is your top 10 for Kiddix UK this weekend, and I think there'll be some words going on with Callum Sims as to the black flag, and also how Oliver Liversedge got caught up with some of our drivers in that race. Unfortunate start for some of our other drivers. Liam Morelli out there, whose car I can see out of our commentary box on the start-finish straight, and here come the teams to try and collect them. Arthur Brownlees was also involved in that one, and equally getting that kart taken away. So there'll be a bit of a delay between our next race here, other kart getting taken away, is Ruben Mainlock, privateer this weekend. So those three drivers, whose karts you can just see coming into shot now, up on the trolleys and up on the jacks, just finding their way off of the start-finish straight and out of the way so we can get on to our next race. We're all kept and safe out there. So whilst our senior road tax drivers at the rear of the field, unfortunately for them, make their way off the grid, let's see we can get to our next race in a second. And first of all, before we get to our next race, let's take a look at, well, how you can watch all of the action this weekend rather than just our heats.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
So yes, welcome back. And our SlipStream events here at PF International, brought to you obviously by SlipStream, bringing you grassroots karting from across the UK, and seeing so many of you getting in touch already. Lucy Hunt, Sam Moore, William Hatton says, oh no for Drew Preisner, up at the front, who followed a little bit, fallen behind as much as he would have liked earlier on. Minimax 950, when they're out in, quick maths here, in 3 laps time. So, three races time even. That'd be very quick, wouldn't it? 3 races time for our Minimax 950 to wait. But before that, we have our junior road tax groups and a packed grid, as you'd imagine, once again in the junior road tax categories. If you want to catch all of the action, become a SlipStream member and get our finals later on. So make sure you are not missing any of the action from today. Maybe you're watching loved ones, friends and family, and people taking part in this race today. Maybe you're scouting for the next star of motorsport in the UK. Get a SlipStream pass and be on board with all of the action today. So just waiting for our junior road tax runners to come out. And you might be able to hear me all around the track because we're broadcasting here at the circuit, also all over the world on Alpha Live's YouTube channel. And here we go, get into our grids for the first heat of junior road tax of the day, and they look like this. Ronnie Smart is starting us off on pole position here, sitting 3rd in the championship at the moment. He's only been in juniors for 7 months. It's not going bad so far. Tom Reed is on the first row of the grid as well. Ewan House, who, as you might have noticed, left Coles Racing and hopped over to Jack's Motorsport, thanks to the team at Coles for all of their support over the last 2 years, in a new chapter now with Jack's Motorsport. Wishing the best of luck, of course, with that team. Ryan Rapini is in 4th. Teddy Cooper leading the championship there in 5th. Alex Lynn, George Fountain and Theo Bradshaw down to P8. On row 5, it's Stanley Stafford and Harry Holland. John Richardson is followed by Harvey Sargerson, Oliver Peters, Ethan Guest, Aaron Berridge and Liam Dooling, who knows how to win around here. Tyler Mason Gray, Jack Beasley, Ted Hall, Lydia McLaughlin, Hakeem Bart, Jamie Riches, Alexander Lazecki and Jay Singh down to P24 for Maxim Motorsport. Christian Kaov, Archie Foman, Evans, Luca Matecha and Max Hall is your 28 runners in this one. Not quite a full grid, a double grid for Junior Road Tax this weekend. 59 drivers in our category. At PF International this weekend, we also got some racing going on down the road at Fullbeck here, just from PF International in the Super 1 Championship. But you want to watch Trent Valley Kart Club because this is where some of the best drivers are investing their time in their karting in 2026, and they're about to invest heavily into this race. We are away through the tram lines. We're going racing and into turn one. I think there's a hold of the lead from Ronnie Smart. Yes, he gets in there very, very well and holds off any threat for Tom Reed behind from Thule Motorsport, and no challenges of yet from Ewan House back there in third for now Ronnie's teammate in Ewan House. Looks like they want to try and get to the front though very, very soon, and a sort of a changing of the guard and maybe a changing of working together for Ewan House, who's been used to working together with Zach Turner at Coles Racing at the earlier parts of this season, and now is forming a new partnership with Ronnie Smart out there. There is Ewan House on your screen, challenging already Tom Reed right on the back of him because he knows he wants to get up with his teammate into first place, and first and second to sail off into the distance. The same strategy we've seen Ewan perform right throughout the season. It's allowing Ronnie Smart to put a gap out there and gets a right old tank slapper out of the final corner on the grass, but they won't mind because it's still got about half a second of lead already on this first lap. You can even see Alex Lynn there behind, also getting very racy, looking to get in front of the championship leader, Teddy Cooper, at the moment. Over the bridge they go, and they come out of the curb for the second time. Look at the move up to the inside from Tom Reed. What a move on the brakes. Ewan House is going to take the mantle over from his teammate as well, but is he going to use the opportunity to take two of them in one? Oh my goodness, he is. Wow, what a move. Right on the brakes, uses the momentum, the Constantina effect worked against Tom Reed and Ronnie Smart, and now Ewan House up in the lead of this one. Ewan wasting no time then to cement himself into this race, and he knows all too often how opportunities can form at the front of the grid. We have seen that in this season, whether it's been at the Kart Championship, which I've been covering. I was at Rowra last weekend. Oh, look up the inside. Think about it from Alex Lynn. And we've seen all across the Kart Championship, all across the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship, here at PF International, those moves, these scenarios play out time after time. Now Ewan House is the one to build a over half a second gap ahead of Ronnie Smart, his teammate, but now it is a 1-2, although he gets his braking all wrong. I think he tried to change the radiator. He was too occupied changing that. Maybe it didn't quite click into where he wanted it to, and Tom Reed goes back up the inside for second place. I'm not that sure it's the camera angle. It looked like he was going a little bit slow there. I don't want to jinx anything, but I think he's still moving at a 100% pace, but looked like he might be struggling. Someone who's not struggling there, Aaron Berridge, going through, I think on Stanley Stafford, that's for P9, making the way through this very congested part of the grid in his earlier stage of the race. They come through across the start-finish line again. Ewan House's gap now nearly 7/10 of a second, setting the pace out there as well, a 10th of a second quicker than Tom Reed in second place. Finding their way through the bowl once again. And a nice look to the inside there from Jack Beasley as he was passing, I think, Jamie Riches on the inside for 16th place. There's a dive on the inside from Ethan Guest, who I think was just behind Oliver Peters. I think he went back ahead of Oliver Peters. I'm not too sure. I think that came out the way that I saw it in the end. Our timing screen's just catching up with you. Who are you supporting in a Junior Road Tax this weekend? By the way, of course, one of the most populated classes in the lands because of the step it can take up to car racing and all the opportunities that come after that into Europe. Who's looking good in this one at the moment? Well, Ewan House is, Tom Reed, but Teddy Cooper, watch out for him. He's a second back. Right there on your screen, just going through. He set the fastest lap of the race at the moment and taken that mantle for the meantime. Good morning and good luck to Theo, says Dirk1285. Good luck to Theo Bradshaw, I assume, sitting in P11 at the moment. He's currently 3.4 seconds off the lead, but he is in the lead now. Change of the lead from Tom Reed, who's got ahead of Ewan House in the latest battle around PF International. So change of the leads, the karts come into drivers at different stages of the race. We talk about tyre pressures, we talk about how the setups will allow the drivers to either push really early, build that huge gap, but then could be detrimental to them later on in the race. Maybe they want to set it up somewhere in the middle of that and it gives them great overall performance on average across the whole race. Might not be lightning fast out the start, but it could be towards the end of the race as well. Ewan House wanting to correct it right now, looking all pretty odd as even as they go into the bowl, but now up the inside of Tom Reed's retaking P1, and Ronnie Smart wants a piece of the action as well. Is he going to duck and under? He's going to throw it round the outside. He's almost trying to go up around his teammate because Tom Reed has somehow managed on the bridge to get ahead of Ewan House again. Ewan tries to chuck it round the outside. Ronnie Smart's not going to give him the room because he can't find the room. There's not enough room there for both karts to be in the place. And now Tom Reed, Ewan House, and there's Teddy Cooper in P3. Ronnie Smart down to P4. It's all switching, it's all go, it's all action, getting the rear of the kart stable into the Mike Wilson complex as much as they can before they get into the 2 or 3 other technical turns after. 2 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. Tom Reed probably can't believe his luck in this one because he was sitting in second, now he's leading the way, which he thought might have been an unassailable gap to catch, with Ronnie Smart starting out this one in pole position. But Teddy Cooper fancies a look up the inside for second, and Ewan House has also made the move up into first. So it's changed in an instant in a couple of corners. It's Ewan House and Teddy Cooper. But now getting challenged around the outside. There's Ronnie Smart again on the outside. And there's Teddy Cooper's teammate as well. Rapini's in on the action now. It's all go. Where can you call this one? Can you see the wood through the trees? Because I can't. It's all happening coming into the Fullerton S's. Lots of changes for position. Round the outside there is Rapini trying to throw it round the outside of Alex Lynn. And being shown the back door. So they come across the line here for this time as there's an almighty defensive move there from Teddy Cooper, who was really showing Ronnie Smart the edge of the circuit and then some, as a move dive down the inside there from John Richardson. I can't keep up with all these overtakes. It's happening everywhere. 360 degrees of this circuit is being covered by fantastic overtakes. Ronnie Smart there defending from behind of another Jax Motorsport teammate in Alex Lynn. Ewan House now in the lead with a second gap of Tom Reed because of all this battling going on behind. Here's your 2 teammates in Smart and Lynn coming through the Fullerton S's. The RPM roaring right to the top as fast as their junior Rotax machines will go. And with 5 seconds on the clock, are they going to get another lap in? That was so close. I think we're just about going to get 2 more laps. The clock was very close to 0. That means more of a challenge for Ewan House to hold on to this lead, which at the moment is steady at that second gap. There's the visible gap. Back to Tom Reed. It's calmed down a little bit for first and second at least. How are we going to do for third? John Richardson spots the braking point into the first hairpin. Looks like Ronnie Smart was able to brake a little bit later. Looking up the inside there, thinking this isn't the last lap. I can leave it another one, but I've got to be careful of my teammate Alex Lynn behind. Are these two going to work together to get onto the podium for third? It's all playing out here, and playing out very well for Ewan House, who was very close to dropping down the order and into 4th and 5th, which we've also seen happen to him this season when it hasn't quite gone his way. But at the moment, the car is very much with him. Onto this final lap. Richardson there in third, leading the 2 Jax Motorsport behind. The other Jax Motorsport in Ewan House up front ahead of Tom Reed. The gap's come right down though. It's come down from a second to 6/10 of a second. Tom Reed found 4/10 on that lap alone. Is Tom Reed going to have a final lap, last lap charge? Richardson fancies staying in position he does. He doesn't want a last lap dash at all. With these 2 drivers, he's having to defend so hard from Ronnie Smart. He's trying to allow Alex Lynn on the outside. He's got to be so careful to keep an eye on both drivers here. Into the third and final sector. Look how much he slows it down over the curb there. Strategic driving from Richardson. But here comes Ewan House in his trademark Scottish helmet, wearing it with pride. And round the final couple of corners, That is how you want to start your weekend here at PF International. Takes the win with a cheeky little thumbs up ahead of Tom Reed for first and second. Who's going to get on the line? Alex Lynn in the end jumped up to third ahead of John Richardson, Ronnie Smart, Teddy Cooper, Aaron Berridge, Stafford Rapini, who was up there in fourth or fifth, down to ninth, and Theo Bradshaw, who had some support in our live chat. Well, seemed to be working pretty well there because it got him into the top 10 and cemented his place there from wherever you are watching from. And actually a very good point from the Norfolk Tech, the most sedate junior Rotax race so far this year, quite clean for a change. That's a very good point because compared to our senior Rotax before, it was actually not too bad. So well spotted there. And hello from AFF Motorsport, watching in Bathurst, dedicated viewers that you are all around the world, watching us live here on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. We'll go from our first Junior Rotax heat then and see if that one was very squeaky clean. How clean can the second one be? So here we are in the wonderful Lincolnshire countryside with the birds tweeting and peace and tranquility all around until about 2 minutes time when it all changes for our next Junior Rotax second heat. Let's see the grids for this one as all of our drivers on the rest of our Junior Rotax grids fancied themselves, and another driver that will very much fancy themselves is that of Zach Turner. There is that name again. He is always a one to watch. He is there at the front. He's putting those unfortunate events that he's had throughout 2026 to the side, making it count here to start. He's leading us out on pole with that PF plate for good measure as well. Noah Moulton is second. Marcel Poppercool is third. Casper McAllister, Charlie Vary, Bishop, Robinson, Harry Myatt Waldron is on P8. Cooper Campbell Lees, Alex Goodson, Joe Neal, Fabricius, Max Wheatley, Kevin Ivanov, Shea Hilton and Jacob Carnes is P16. James Tate, Charlie Abul and Alex Shepherd, Ronnie Jones, Thomas Wellsford, Oliver Fabricius, Oliver Barton and Elliot Smith down to P24. With Hugh Hobson, Callum Boots, Idris George, Hayden Fisher and Emerson McAndrew Uren. I don't think it's a name we've seen in the Trent Valley Kart Club so far this year. Welcome to that driver there as they warm all their tyres up here once again. And Serena House, I think in the Ewan House family camp, says good job Ewan, winning the bag. Nice points to take into, of course, the rest of our weekend. Oh, and who's this that's not going to be finding their way to the start? That's a 262, or maybe the 292. No, 262 of Alex Goodson for Dan Holland Racing. He was going off in the middle of the field and, well, won't be anymore. Looks like maybe engine's giving up, the chain guard's giving up on him. Won't be taking any part in this second heat of Junior Rotax is the first race for our drivers today. Now, Zach Turner, we're so used to seeing leading our drivers away now, but then sailing off into the distance at so many circuits. He's been performing really well in 2026, has become a really good all-round driver and really cementing that position in Shennington, at Rowra as well. Last weekend in the kart championship, albeit some penalties that worked against him at the end of the race off the road. We're back here at PF International and he's sitting at the top 10 of the championship after missing one of the rounds. We're going to be going again. Dan making sure we get off onto a great start. We're into the tram lines and we are away. Zach Turner is into the first corner with not many issues whatsoever. And ahead of our other drivers behind, trying to find their way. Someone going slow there in the background in the bowl section as they come down here towards the first hairpin. I did think that Marcel Poppercool got into second, so Poppercool has popped Noah Moulton into second place. So it's Turner by Poppercool, by Moulton, by Casper McAllister as well, up into fourth. Through the hairpin they come, the second one at that. And finding their way and settling down into this grid, which they hope will space out in some regard, but give them an opportunity to find their way, whatever that might be. Oh, getting also very close on the outside there. Getting all out of shape. I think that was Elliott Smith or Hugh Hobson on one of the final exits through the Mike Wilson complex. We come through for the first proper lap then, through the start-finish line officially for the second time. Here's Zach Turner then building a lead, but Poppercool has got Very now for company. Charlie Very up to third in this one, with Cooper Campbell Lees, always a name that you can count on being behind there for the Cato Motorsport team. And these two teammates, Very's in a Cato Motorsport sandwich at the moment, and I'm not sure he wants to be the tasty filling in between them two. Maybe some engine oil might be good between two. He's not the filling anymore because Cato Motorsport is now line and stern, and now Charlie Very takes up second place. But look at what that's allowed to do. Once again, it's the same old story with the leader. People battling behind in second and third have got it all to do coming back through the field and finding that time that they lost. Zach Turner a second ahead now and further building that gap even more. Got a 3-second penalty for Charlie Aball out there, down in 16th at the moment. So that's going to be added on at the end of his race and his progress. And Charlie Very still getting swamped by the two Cato Motorsport teammates in Lees and Poppercool. And Very's now back down to where he was previously. So switching positions, Lees and Poppercool second, third, and Very in fourth. Cooper Campbell Lees leads the best of the rest really at the moment. And thinking about a dive to the inside there, but nothing doing from Noah Moulton, who has dropped right down the order here. Find himself, you were back down in P12, where he was right up at the front. Harrison Bishop setting the fastest lap of the race, by the way. Just popping up on your screen there, albeit 2.2 seconds back, with the field spread really coming out now in 6th position. But he is around about 3/10 of a lap quicker than our leader, Zach Turner, at the moment. But Zach, you'd think, is settling into this one, saving the tyres and not really maybe overdriving his junior Rotax machine, because he doesn't need to at the moment. He's got that comfortable gap, whereas Bishop is on a mission and has definitely got the pace there. There is Harrison Bishop towards the back of your shot there, coming down the second straight from the hairpin. And he's just sort of in the middle of the pack there, right there with the orange and black helmet, coming through the final sequence of corners in this third sector. And onto the start-finish straight. Looks like an almighty, nervy, twitchy exit there for McAllister coming off of the start-finish straight. Fabricius takes the fastest lap now pace from 10th in the grid. And this kind of groups here of first place, Zach Turner out in the lead. Second, there's a bit of a gap also in a buffer for Cooper Campbell Lees. But then sort of from third, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way back. Really, there's another group entirely of itself, all squabbling for position and valuable points for the intermediate classification later on to decide where you're coming through in these next races of your weekend and want to be finishing and starting as higher as you can for our finals, where the points count for the championship. 5-second penalty as well, by the way, that we've just seen come up from race control for the 85 of Alex Shepherd for Team Evolution. In P11 at the moment, has had a good start, up 8 places. 5 seconds is not going to help him at all. That moves very nice though. There was that Bishop going up on the inside of Fabricius. It looked like a dive to the inside, and it certainly was. Beautiful move from Harrison Bishop. He means business in this one. And Bishop now trying to recover a little bit from dropping down a couple of places. He's now only one place from where he started. The biggest loser in this one, though, Noah Moulton, still down in 12th. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, we've not seen in the kart championship, I don't think, so far this season. He started right from the back, absolutely nothing to lose. Up 16 places. That is how you do it round here. Oh, and that is not how you do it. That's not what we want to see for one of our drivers. Really a shame to see Shay Hilton out of this one. Was racing in Rowra last weekend, back to PF International this weekend in the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship, and that won't help towards the final positions whatsoever. Might be finding himself in the B finals later on now to hold on to those 4 valuable places to take you into the final. Look at this squabble though, still going on with Very. All race it's been going on with Very and the teammates of Cato Motorsport, of Campbell Lees, of Poppercool. He's not quite the sandwich winning again yet, because Campbell Lees and Poppercool, the, what are we saying? Sourdough? Farmhouse loaf? Slices? Take your pick. Whole grain? Charlie Berry is not in that one yet. And more analogies like that for you right throughout the rest of the weekend. And that really, that's what you pay your SlipStream membership for, isn't it? Let's be honest. You're not kidding anyone. It's not the racing action you're seeing here on your screen as you see coming through Oliver Fabricius through the first couple of corners and through the chicane. Good seeing some good support as always for Zach Turner from Carly Turner. On-track marketing as well, who help get lots of drivers out there in the motorsport world online on social media. Nice to see them involved in the action today. Good luck to Cooper Campbell-Lees, throwing their weight behind the second place man at the moment, with Poppercool behind, Ivanov in the same livery as well, behind it in fourth. So it's 3 same livery karts leading the best of the rest at the moment. But Zach Turner completely unassailable at the moment. Hearing the support from Carly Turner on our live chat as there's a trade of place there. Poppercool now goes up into second ahead of Campbell Lees. Fabricius, fastest lap pace now in a 57.9, finds his way to the top of the timing sheets. And such a masterclass in managing the pace from Zach Turner. Gets on it when he needs to, and when he doesn't need to, can look behind him, know that there's a little bit of a gap, can save himself, as another move from Cassie McAllister there to try and save his own skin as well, falling all the way back. It didn't really work out very well for him because he then had 2 other drivers following through to take the places right back off of him. Here we go then. We're about to go on to our final lap. Zach Turner comes around the final corner and he's got 1.4 kilometres, just under, to hold on to this one. And you think, barring any nightmare situation, Zach Turner has got this one where he wants it. With Poppercool behind, the gap looks closer when you're here at the track, but actually the coverage doing it justice as well. He's got at least, I would say, 8-9 kart lengths coming down into the first hairpin. Maybe not going so hard on the brakes with Zach Turner into that one, but behind there's hard racing going on all of the time, because Very wants to try and hold on to any of the progress he's maintained throughout this race, and I'm not sure if he's going to. There's Zach Turner though, with the PF plate proudly displayed on the back. He knows how to drive around here. He's showing it once again. It's the second heat of Junior Rotax, and coming around the final corner is going to go to that of Zach Turner for Coles Racing. Great performance there though from Poppercool, from Campbell Lees. Some valuable points to take into the rest of their weekend and find themselves higher up for the final and get into maybe the top 10 of this championship. And Zach Turner, who's put in a dominant display at Rowra last weekend throughout all of 2026 for Zach Turner. It's been a great performance and showing for him, because in the first race, win. Round 3, win. He's the only driver equal to that of George Holbrook to have 2 wins so far in the kart championship this season. So it shows you up there with the quality that there is out in this Trent Valley Kart Club field. But you know, here at PF International, when we get to this time of year, we're in July right now, and around the corner in August, it is the most glittering kart event of the year, and a special one of that this year, our 30th anniversary of Kart Masters. And entries are now open for Kart Masters. Apparently, I was talking to Nigel Edwards here, who oversees a lot of things at Trent Valley Kart Club. He said there's already over 300 entries across Kart Masters for next month for a very special 30th edition. Well, you, of course, can count on us to be all across it and bringing you the coverage of it. But if you want to enter now, head on to the Trent Valley Kart Club website, and you will see what is happening when we are asking for all of the entries for Kart Masters this year. All the information that you need and that you will find is there. Get entering. Don't miss out on being part of Kart Masters, one of the most prestigious races of the year. And we'd love to see you there. And I'm sure the Trent Valley Kart Club would equally love to see you there. Go with the flow. It says good luck today to Max Wheatley. Thank you for tuning in. And also to Jane K4V. Great work from M in that one. And thank you to our SlipStream members in Dirk, in Tom Neal, in Carly Turner. We can see that you are SlipStream members because you've got a SlipStream badge on our live chat. You get priority as well for your comments coming through in the live chat, and supporting grassroots karting by getting a SlipStream pass. You'll be able to keep up with all of the entirety of racing action, including our Bump Draft podcast with Henry Baudet, Andrew Mather, who's looking after the British Kart Championships this year, and Piers Pryor as well, who you might hear as a familiar voice on the Formula One feeder series this weekend at Silverstone and right throughout the season with Chris McCarthy. Piers Pryor giving his thoughts there throughout all of the, well, incredible action I've seen so far at Silverstone. But some incredible action here we've had at PF International so far. We are probably around about just under an hour in, and let's get to our grids for our next race of Minimax 950s. And here we go. James Roots back up there at the front where he likes to be. That's a good start for him this weekend. And Dimitar Uznov is in second. Flynn Grantham is in third. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer is in fourth. Luke Millward, who's leading the championship, haven't had a win yet, but he's leading it because of consistency, in fifth. Oscar Kenny, Thomas Laidler and Jensen Sale. There's a name you want to look out for in P8. Ralph Martin, Corey Lyons, James Carver, Annan Bart, Preston Howard, Elliot Bork, Sam Fleming and Freddie Blackshaw. Eli Owen, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Finley Rhodes, Akil Shioni, Rio Paniutu, Finley Bills, Alex Tonixis and George Simmons. Finishing with Jude Devant, Dagor Sigerson and Jack Hill for our runners in Minimax. Very busy Minimax grid this weekend. Nikhil Shiono down towards the rear of the grid, second in this one. James Roots is definitely good, that's for sure, says Alistair Main, and that's why he's on pole position for this one. He's back here this weekend at PF International, and will he find his way to the top step of the podium in this race? Here we go, through the tram lines, we are away and racing at PF International, and he's kept the lead into the first turn. ahead of our second place. I'm not sure if Flynn maybe jumped Dimitar on the start there, but they come down into the hairpin. We'll be able to see a little bit clearer. And I think that is Flynn Grantham into second place, ahead of Uznov. There's a spin there for one of our drivers in the hairpin. Gets going again, though. Not too much to worry about. Will hurt his race, though. That was Felix Sheldon Hayward for Jack Stex Racing, I think, taking a little pirouette down into the first hairpin, just getting the braking all wrong. But pushing on in this race, got to put it behind him now. And maybe a chance to work through the grid, pull off some heroic efforts. But there's many karts in front of him and further on into this race. So they come across the line. There he is, James Roots, and there's the confirmation of Flynn Grantham. And Luke Millward, where did that come from? A great start from him. Up from 5th into 3rd. Our championship leader is now sitting pretty behind our front two and just waiting for the opportunity in his X-Kart machine there. And with the black helmet, is there going to be a devilish move up the inside? No, he's not thinking about any of that yet, because our first and second place of Flynn Grantham, who is up there as well with James Roots. There's Jensen Sale, by the way, coming through the field. Jensen, up a place or two already, into 6th. Has been performing in the British Kart Championships this year as well. And to add the PF crown to his trophy cabinet would be very nice indeed. He did win round 2 in the final. Will he get close this weekend for round 4? They are absolutely nose to tail coming through the second and third turns, but Luke Millward is trying to throw it round the outside of James Roots, up there in the lead at the moment. Flynn Grantham's dropped right down as well. And Dimitar Uznov has found himself back up to 3rd as well. So now it's Roots, Millward and Uznov, with Grantham towards the back in that bright fluorescent helmet. You couldn't miss it. It's as bright as a highlighter pen. I've actually got one in the commentary box. It actually probably matches his helmet colour. Anyway, enough about my stationery. We're here in the Mike Wilson complex through the Fullerton S's. And here they come now. Ralph Martin there, you can see, in the Tony Kart race suit. Sitting pretty behind Oscar Kenny, who won the first round for Hunter Motorsport. So race winners all throughout here, whether it is in the championship so far this year or in other races and other championships. And there's Sale up the inside. Beautiful move on Harmer to take 7th place. And I'm sure that's not going to be the last that Sale tries to progress in this one. Millward's getting pushed back a little bit here, though, because Roots is out in the front. There's Uznov now, up into 2nd. And won't mind that one bit at all. Also, with the black helmet, chasing now after James Roots, who has not really enjoyed the same kind of gap that Zach Turner did in Junior Rotax, that same sort of luxury as people going out in front. And Alistair Main, you're calling this very early, my friend, because 4 minutes on the clock. He is adamant that James Roots is going to win on our live chat. You can always throw your predictions out there. There's a nice move from Harmer on Martin to try and get away from Jensen Sale, who is fast charging behind. There he is in the bright fluorescent race suit. But I think calling James Roots going to win this one is a bold prediction. There's still a long way to go in this yet. It all depends on how much these three squabble here, because Grantham's back up to 2nd. Only momentarily, though, because Uznov's on the inside, tries to get squeezed on the inside. Does he take some of the curb? He doesn't need to in the end, because he finds his way through. Corey Lyons has got a 5-second penalty down in P11, by the way. That's going to drop him right away from the top 10 and going to really hurt his points tally going into the rest of this weekend, and landing with a lot of points that he doesn't want to take into the intermediate classification. Roots across the line. It's a 7/10 gap or so. Just built the gap about 300ths of a second on that lap. It's only small, but it means everything. Come on, Luke, says On Track Marketing. And I think he's heard you there, because he's gone back up and around the inside of Flynn Grantham. So he's on the podium now. Usnov still in second, though. Roots in first. 2 minutes 20 to go. And James Roots got the sort of opportunity there to take it ever so slightly wider line to cut back in and get a really good exit. That whole, you know, slow in, fast out, prioritising the exits. Making sure that they don't lose any time to the rivals behind, because it is so crucial to see. Look at them, talking of seeing, trying to look over his shoulder. I doubt he got much of a look at Usnov in his main vision, but in the peripherals, it was enough. The gap's down to half a second. Usnov is reading him in here. The pace coming towards him in the final stages. There's Sale still trying to progress forward in this race. Sort of back now from this group of 5 or 6 out front. Trying to latch onto the back of it to become a group of 7 or 8. And anything could happen. If this group becomes the group it kind of has now, they have really sort of caught up. Yeah, it is now sort of a group of 7 or 8 in that second sector. This is going to be a grandstand finish for a lot of our drivers in this group. Anything can happen. One driver gets caught round, then you never know. I guess this live chat is getting worse and worse. On the predictions, it's gone from predictions to damn right wishing someone not to win. Luke Millwood, don't win, says Alistair Main once again. Have you got some kind of crystal ball that I don't have? Because I'd love to know. I'd be a rich man if I had one of them and I knew what was going to happen towards the end of this one. We do know, though, that James Roots is holding on to the lead, and then James Roots is out in front whilst Jensen Sale goes up the inside of Flynn Grantham for 5th. He is trying to encourage Flynn Grantham to go ahead because he knows, look at this opportunity here, look at all of the squabbling going on in front, but now look at the gap that James Roots has got as a result of all of this posturing in the second sector. There's Millwood in second now, trying to drop Usnov. And Oscar Kenny now up into the front of this race. Jensen Sales right in the mix too. He won't mind if he'll try and get a podium out of this one. Look at the consistent pointing from Sale to his rivals ahead. I'm not going to challenge you. Keep pushing ahead. There's some challenging going on there though. Usnov getting challenged by Oscar Kenny behind. It keeps the second place for now. It's now a 1, 2 and then a group of about 4 or 5 drivers. Usnov has given this one up. He wants to hold and defend on this, but he's messed up the defensive line into that part of the hairpin, and Sales now got company on. He's inside, he chucks it round the outside. Is there any space left for him? No, he's lost out to Oscar Kenny and Dimitar Usnov. But he's going to try and find a way through on the Mike Wilson complex. Meanwhile, James Roots is going round the final few corners. And Alistair's prediction is going to come true because James Roots is going to take victory in this one. Luke Millward's broken away to take second. And who's going to finish third? It's a drag race to the line. Oh, it's ever so close. Usnov just about holds it from Jensen Sale. A proud, proud race that he can be happy with there. As can Oscar Kenny too, in 5th, upper place. Biggest gainer though in that one was Akil Shione in P14, albeit up 6 places. And your top 10 confirming of Roots, Millwood, Usnov, Sale, Kenny, Grantham, Fulbrook Harmer, Ralph Martin, Elliot Bork, Thomas Laidler is your top 10. Corey Lyons just missing out just before. Well, there you go. What are we saying? What's been the race of the day so far? Is it that mini-max race we just had there? Is it maybe our juniors, our senior road tax we first started off with? love to hear from you right throughout the day on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. Keep your comments coming in the comment section just below our live broadcast this morning and through this afternoon. All right, let's get from our mini-maxes into the next one. Okay, so our first dual grid of the day, and plenty of other horsepower going on around the circuit. maybe not as many, but at full pace, you never know. Look like they could keep it. Oh no! Oh, just see. Look, the horsepower is too much. We've lost a dog out of shot. Who's a good? Oh, no, I don't want to assume it could be a boy or girl. Who's a good doggy? There we go. They'll do that one. That's going to make absolutely no sense to anyone other than people here at the circuit, of which there are few watching around, but many of you watching on Alpha Live on SlipStream, and great to have so many of you with us right now with whatever you are doing this weekend. Lots of sporting action to enjoy at the moment, isn't it? Add this to the mix as well, and you are spoilt for choice. In our Micromaxes then, the championship kind of hotting up, but thanks again to, I've talked about throughout this morning, this consistency from our drivers is going to be starting to pay off at this stage of the season, where maybe some drivers are well within their right to go off to compete in other championships, maybe competing at the same weekends, whether that's the Ultimate Kart Championship, whether it's Super 1, whether it's the Kart Championship, whether it's anything else they've got going on in their racing calendar. Of course, we want them to be here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Will Wainwright, this consistency is paying off for him because he's had 2 consecutive P4s have helped him up to being top in the standings at the moment. Harry Riley, coming from a bad result at Wilton Mill Kart Club last time out before coming to us here at PF International this weekend, sitting second in the championship at the moment. We'll hope that he can use this meeting to find his way further forward in the championship and put the disappointment from Wilton Mill behind him. Let's get on to our starting grid though for this first heat in Micromax, and don't forget our Water Swift restricted drivers as well, who impressed a lot last time out. Might be a small grid, but there's plenty of talent in it too. Leading us off the front row though is our round 1 race winner here at PF International for the Trent Valley Kart Club of Hendrix Fallat. He's starting on pole once again. Our championship leader Will Wainwright had to settle for second at the moment in this one. William Hatton, Jensen Darlow, our third place man, a PF Driver of the Year in 2025, is there in 4th. Felix Tandy, son of Nick Tandy, who's raced in Le Mans and Porsche, is there in 5th. Caio Vieira and Harry Riley, who is that second place man in the championship, in 7th. Jack Gould in P8. Lani Eden in P9, Brady Atkins, Cooper Devant, Anthony Ray, Lucas Seabright, Robbie Lyons, Malachi O'Neill and Maxwell Sullivan is 16th for Jack's Motorsport. And that's your 16 runners from Micromax, and then we'll have our Water Swift field of Ollie West, Caden Hukara, Charlie Kitchen, Harley Hibbert and Max St. Hilaire. And then George Askew, Riley Aston Wilkins and James Ferguson. So understandably, our Water Swift restricted karts are following behind. There's a slight gap between them and our Micromax runners. And for the first heats, getting support from the sidelines in Park Ferme, as you see up on the fences there. Are we away and racing in Micromax? We certainly are. Our race director's happy to lead us into the first turn. And will Hendrix Fallat be happy coming out of the first turn? I certainly think so, because I think he's up towards the front there and finding his way through in the striking livery out front. Behind in the Water Swift restricted, I think that was a move from George Askew on Max St. Hilaire up the inside, and indeed it is Fallat in the lead of our Micromax category. So in the white helmet at the front, all yellow behind him of Will Wainwright. You couldn't miss him, like it was a roadworks on the A1 that many of you probably took to get here. Some of our Water Swifts going out, some of our other drivers going off as well. Caio Vieira was to the side there, not sure who he got caught up with there, just went out of our shot. But here's the front of your race in Fallat and Wainwright, our first and second place drivers in the championship, but swapped here or rather, sorry, Will Wainwright just leading the championship, and Falat, our first race winner. Falat's got some ground to make up in the championship. There goes Jensen Darlow for a move to jump up into third place onto the podium and matching where he is in the championship. There he is with his Jax Motorsport livery. Good to see Jensen in Rowra last weekend. Caught up with him with the paddock show we did at that race meeting, and he's been busy around here at PF International recently, as also Felix Sandy's trying to get busy into the first hairpin. Tries a switchback around there, and I think it's worked out pretty well for him on William Hatton. Lovely move there, almost textbook stuff, but beautiful to see all the while from Felix Tandy up to fourth. Yeah, Jensen Darlow's been pretty busy around here at PF International recently. He's done a very popular YouTube video with Will N.E. and Will N.E. tried to basically beat all the times of some of our most talented drivers who have had the know-how and experience to be driving around PF International for a while, and Jensen Darlow was quicker than Will N.E., I can confirm, and his pace paying off here as well, showing that he knows how to drive around this track, but these two do as well. It's Falat followed by Wainwright. Jensen Darlow just dropped a little bit back to third. He needs to be careful he doesn't fall into the clutches of Felix Tandy. Out of the bridge section and contemplating how to approach the first hairpin. Both these two looking like they're going to work together, although that can't be said for behind. Darlow and Tandy going head to head into the second hairpin. Tandy had a half sort of look sniff up the inside, but nothing doing there, and they carry on down into the third sector now through the Fullerton S's. And into the Mike Wilson complex. And Bobby Game just before, when they come out the Fullerton S's, always crucial to get the apex right. And here comes Tandy on Jensen Darlow, once again making moves through the field. Felix Tandy setting the fastest lap of the race, also whilst he's at it there. And the first driver into the 1 minute fours in our field, showing the pace advantage that Felix has underneath him right now. And he's chasing after our second and first place drivers here in Falat and Wainwright. It's all been pretty behaved in first and second at the moment. Can't be said for third and fourth, and neither for fifth or sixth. There's a move down the inside from Hatton to maintain on Riley to hold the position, which has been challenged once again further back in the lap. And there's Bobby Game, corner. All of our drivers coming through. Nice move from our Water Swift restricted drivers happening in this one as well. At the top of our field, no surprise to see Ollie West up there at the top of the field, which has got quite a few actually Micromax drivers in between him and the next challenger of Charlie Kitchen in first for that one. So there is Ollie West. He was on your screen, number 4, with the yellow stickers to distinguish between some of our other drivers. And here comes some of our Water Swift restricted runners there at the front. Now we're back to our Micromax leaders here, and look at the gap meanwhile that's closed up whilst we were watching some of our Water Swift drivers. Tandy fancies himself for this one, I think, and has been watching these two just very diligently, politely hold this gap out front, but the gap is, and quite visibly, coming down. Tandy within a whisker now of getting in that position and progressing through this race perfectly with great strategy at the right time. Darlow trying to hold on behind him as well with 2.5 minutes and 1 lap on the clock too. As Tandy sets the fastest lap again, setting the pace out there. Our drivers are coming down now, other drivers out in front, starting to come into the 1 minute fours, but Tandy 2 tenths quicker than these two drivers in front of him, in Falat, in Wainwright. Tandy's got the great strategy now in progressing and building into this race and picking the right moment to dive down the inside of both of them, or maybe one at the time, we'll see how it all plays out in the next couple of laps here at PF International. Who's your support on here for the moment? Lucas Seabright getting some love from Johnny Tenriquez on our live chat on Alpha Live YouTube channel, where we're bringing you this broadcast powered by Alpha Live, our SlipStream broadcast, bringing you grassroots karting from all over the UK. And this weekend here at PF International, there's wave yellows there into Sector 1. And I think a driver just on the very inside of the bowl section has come to one side because their kart has given up the ghost. Not too sure who that is. It might be Malachi O'Neill, seeing as he's dropped down the order. Unfortunate for Malachi out of this one, but we focus on our three drivers here at the front, very much still unfortunately racing in this one. Oh, there was a slight look from Felix Tandy there, who thought he got the run on Wainwright. It just wasn't enough of an overspeed, a differential between him and Wainwright, and Falla just about staying in the lead here. Probably feels like he's in control though, because a lot can happen between here where he's sitting now and the two drivers behind him. Getting a bit out of sorts was Wainwright off the exit onto the start-finish straight, and Tandy knows it. Soaring away at the wheel, he's trying to keep his car gripping in the way he wants, trying to keep it stable. Through the inside, Tandy goes for the dive at the inside. Oh, it's all so close. He has to back out of it mid-corner because he realised that wasn't going to come off. And Falat says, keep working with me, Will. We need to hold on to these two. Tandy's not going to get through as long as we keep working together. Stick with me. And this will be great for our finals later on and through the rest of our heats. There's Tandy though. Has he got to run up the inside? No, he just quite hasn't got the straight line speed on Wainwright, and the traction out of the second hairpin. Tandy's using all of this experience to sort of have half looks and size up where he could make a move. It's not quite coming off for him yet, but maybe he's just toying with Wainwright as to when he's actually going to go for it. Maybe there is more pace underneath there. We're on to our final lap here in our Micromax and Waterstrift Restricted runners. Ollie West still out front in the Waterstrift Restricted. Defensive move now between Wainwright and Falat. They've been working together all race. And now Wainwright goes to the lead ahead of Hendricks Falat. But they maintain their first and second ahead of Tandy. Going defensive, Tandy tries to throw it around the inside, which became the outside. And still holding off Felix Tandy. Great defensive driving here from Hendricks Falat. But is it going to be too much too late? Because Tandy gets it, throws it up the inside into the Fullerton S's towards Bobby Game corner. And Wainwright is going to be allowed though to soar off into the distance in his final stages of the race. Tandy's worked really hard for that one to get up into second. He couldn't quite take the win here because Will Wainwright, your championship leader, is going to finish where he started today at the top of the step podium and the top of the pile, and takes the win in Micromax. Wainwright, Tandy, Falat, Darlow, Vieira, Riley, Hatton, Ollie West there. Overall P8 in the Waterstrift Restricted. Great showing from him. Jack Gould further down, and then Lani Eden in the Micromaxes for P10. Seabright followed by Kitchen, who's the next Waterstrift Restricted runner. Hukaro is the third restricted runner, and then Cooper Devant, Robbie Lyons, Max St. Hilaire in the Waterstrift Restricted. Malachi O'Neill wasn't the one that stopped out on track in the end. I thought it was because he's down towards the back. It turned out to be Brady Atkin down towards the back, and Anthony Ray in that one. And a yellow flag out to warn our drivers to slow down and bring their karts in a controlled manner into the pits here at PF International. So that was the end of our first heat for Micromax and Waterstrift Restricted. And great strategy there from Tandy, even though, albeit from second, he's found himself up 3 places. We go from Micromax to now our next race. And we'll go from the Water Swift restricted to, well, absolutely no restrictions. There is no hazardous black, yellow tape around or any potholes to consider in terms of engine performance down. There's plenty more performance to be had with our Water Swifts, because here they will be coming out shortly for what's been an interesting championship so far. Chester Fawkes in our first round, who was here with OMS Karting. I can remember it like yesterday. An incredible move around the outside of the bowl section to take, I think it was the lead of the race. One of the overtakes of the year I've seen, just in the way that it was conducted, the way he threw it round the outside, the way that the other drivers were positioned and had to go around him. It was fantastic to see. So the Water Swift category, again, even though it might be smaller than some of our other categories here this weekend, really showing some of the best talent on the UK karting calendar and getting underway very, very shortly. We're just waiting for a couple of drivers out at the back of the bowl section to get their karts cleared. It's right up towards the back of the circuit, as is the runoff here at PF International, and some of the exits for our karts to get off and our drivers to take through. It shouldn't take too long, but we're just making their way out now. And seeing that our live chat is supporting all of our drivers throughout today. Make sure you keep them coming through, and whatever class that might be, shout out the drivers you want to see. So we just see that kart coming off. You are seeing this on our Alpha Live YouTube channel, but it is a SlipStream broadcast bringing to you live from PF International. And, well, what's SlipStream all about, you ask? Well, here's what.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
So, Piers Pryor there explaining how you can become a SlipStream member. Just click the join button at the bottom of our YouTube broadcast, just underneath the screen where you're seeing our live pictures, and you will become a SlipStream member. You'll be able to catch all of the finals without having to wait 7 days to then see what happened in the heats this morning. Some of our crowds out here waiting for our drivers to come on through. There's James Tate just taking some time out on the right hand side, and whilst he is spending some time away from the grid, let's get to these grids for our Water Swift category now. Into our poleman, Alfie Davidson for Fusion, starts there on the front row. Mason Hibbert followed by Harry Chapman. There is Chester Fawkes that I mentioned with that E-plate. Can we see some more heroics from him? Nice to see him back as part of the Water Swift grid here at PF International. Ethan Owen, Bodie Batch and Albie J Stubbs is P7, and Rudra Golkanath is on P8. Ivans Veronins, Reggie Chandler, Frank Morris, our championship leader, down there in P11. Wants to change that, I'm sure. Cody Vertigan, Max Frisbee, Hugo Williamson, Oliver Kleinfelter and George Greaves. Travis Giddings, Spearman Brooks, Joshua Knighton and Jesus Bartulos. Can he perform some heroics himself? And Ilyas Sami in P21. Will he have a higher power on his side? Let's see. I'm sure he gets that a lot, but can you blame me? Go Rudra and Cody, all the best from A3E Racing at the Ultimate Kart Championship in Rowrah this weekend. supporting from all different corners of the UK, wherever you might be racing this weekend, and you're welcome to be watching all of the action here. Right now, as we're in the tram lines and we're away for our Water Swift drivers, very defensive posturing straight away out of the tram lines there, went early and as a result really hurt and sacrificed the position of our driver starting there at the front. I'm not sure if that was Mason Hibbert or Alfie Davidson, but it was one of the two who swang across. It was Mason Hibbert who felt really threatened, although here he is in second, regaining it back in front of Harry Chapman and finding himself back up there. At the start, it was an almighty defensive move on the start-finish straight. As soon as we went past the acceleration line, out of the tram lines, didn't waste any time to hold on, and thankfully it's kind of worked out later on. There you go, 88 of Bodie Batch, also for Fusion Motorsport, wants to be up there with his two other teammates, but he's got some company in front to try and get through first. And they come across the line. Davison follows Hibbert, Chapman, Stubbs, Ethan Owen, Chester Fawkes in P6. Bodie Batch, and it might be all about to change as they come into the bowl section. Veronis, Reggie Chandler and Vertigan. Moves going on all over the place there. You can see the 27 on your screen of Ethan Owen right out onto the banking there with where the less grip is. You don't want to be there, you want to be keeping it on the black stuff. Up the inside goes Chester Fawkes on Stubbs, I think, for third place. Getting all out of shapes was Ethan Owen there on the grass at the exit of the first hairpin, and Cody Vertigan, sort of the best of the rest at the top of this group, leading the charge. Fawkes, there you can see, confirmed into third, into Bobby Game corner, and through the final couple of sequence of corners in the Mike Wilson complex to take the wide line, and on to another lap here. Lapping in around about just over the 1 minute section. The first driver into the 1 minute twos is Chester Fawkes. Surprise, surprise, he's been fast charging through the field and he's setting the pace early on in this race. Welcome to Jerry Mackey. You've got your Slipstream pass, which means you'll be able to see all of our racing action for the rest of today. Thank you for supporting Grassroots Karting. You'll be able to see more racing action and drivers doing their thing like this at the moment. On your screen there was Hugo Williamson, the number 11, down in 13th place at the moment. Kind of chase after Frank Morris in the S8 racing machine, and Frank Morris is, despite being a round 2 winner, he's not winning at all at the moment. He wants to try and find his way further up in this one. Look at these two, side by side, going into the bowl section. The 26 of Ilias Sammy, we cut away. I'm not too sure how the others fared there. I think it stayed as it was. As they come off of the bridge once again and finding their way through. Does that say Kart Geezer on the front of that livery of the kart? If it does, it's brilliant. I'm just trying to see behind. Kart, it does say Kart Geezer, isn't it? Is it proper? Is that proper Essex? It's a bit of me, isn't it? Anyway, I just noticed the front of the car. Love it. I have to check out what that's all about. And the Kart Geezer that is coming through right there of your 125 of Ridra Golkanath is feeling cool in his machine at the moment, feeling like a right old geezer, as says on the front. So nice to see that. Yeah, look, I was right. It's just if the driver was about 20 something, down the pub afterwards in Lincolnshire, you know, all responsible on that. Yeah, how's the race today? Yeah, it's all right, not too bad actually. It's on the front of my car as well, you know. Anyway, getting sidetracked, aren't we? Because the front of the race at the moment is from following Alfie Davison and Mason Hibbert, whilst the Kart Geezer tries to find his way through further back in the field. Chester Fawkes there in third, holding off the challenge from Albie J. Stubbs in fourth place. So it's 2 by 2, and then sort of a spread of the other ones of Bodie Batch and Harry Chapman in 5th and 6th, and Elias Sammy down to 7th, Chandler in 8th, Ethan Owen and Veronins down to P10. Across the line again, 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Look at these two teammates working well together. And I'm just being shown Kart Geezer. It's apparently karting's first free used sports marketplace, but parts marketplace, the affordable way to kart, completely free to use. Well, there you go. I shouldn't have taken the mick because it's a very valuable thing for our karting drivers at grassroots level. But I do like the name. I can't put that to one side. You can hardly miss it, can you? There he is. There he is going round. Roger having the time of his life. He's doing his thing down there in P12 at the moment. And actually lovely to see. I know, actually, you know, in karting, there's, for all of the families that are travelling around the UK, and you maybe are one of them, there is so much hustling that you don't need me to tell you that is going on to enable that for your young ones to go racing and do their thing. So when there's innovative things that we can do to help within karting and help each other out like that, it's so great to see. Why shouldn't we celebrate it and see it on show? Davidson, Hibbert and Fawkes is your first, second and third, with Albie J. Stubbs trying to become the third place man in this race, setting the fastest lap of a 1:2.2, 2 tenths quicker than our leaders at the moment. Chester Fawkes just holding on to third right now, but these two teammates have behaved. They've maybe followed some internal discussions in the Fusion Motorsport awning before this one, and maybe when we got to our final lap, is that all going to fall by the wayside, and will they be allowed to go racing once and for all in this one? Or does Hibbert just not have the pace on Davidson enough to get alongside? I do feel like they've both got the pace to challenge each other though. In first and second right now, the gap between them, Fawkes to first, is about 9 tenths of a second. So it's probably around about a second and a half between these front four here. A look over the shoulder from Hibbert, knows he's got plenty of breathing room if he does want to challenge his teammate in Alfie Davidson in the last stages of this race. But at the moment, nothing doing. Very polite, systematic driving. Very conscious though is Hibbert, looking over his shoulder all of the time. And I do really fear one day that, I don't think I've seen it yet since I've been commentating karting, but someone's going to look over the shoulder, they're going to realise they're hurtling down towards the hairpin, and they're not going to turn, and then, well, what follows is not very good. Davidson, though, using the old flick over the shoulder. Look, it's almost like an owl turning on its 180 degrees the other way. Great skills. It's probably one of the greatest skills in karting, to be able to flick your head, those neck muscles, doing the work with the G-force, but also doing the work to look back to where your other teammate might be and where your other competitors are. Well, Davidson's awfully wide there. Hibbert kept a tighter line off the bridge. Is he going to punish him as a result? No. Into the first hairpin. Are these two going to very politely just sort of bring this home? There'll be plenty of points to them on offer. They'll be right up there in the finals race, although Chester Fawkes coming back at them here, I want to say, because even though he's not right on the back, I think he is clawing them in slightly. A look up the inside though. Look, I thought these two were going to finish as first and second, and that is not what Mason Hibbert wants to do. Out of nowhere, he chucks it up the inside of the Mike Wilson complex, scares Davidson wide, and Mason Hibbert is going to take the win in this Walter Swift race. Davidson not happy about that, because I think he had a gentleman's agreement in his mind that it was going to be Davidson finishing first, Hibbert second, and that was going to be fine into the rest of our heats and races today. Mason Hibbert, though, had other ideas, and Well, if you're a racing driver, you can't blame him. You want to win a race, it was there, and that was the opportunity he took. Caught Davison off guard and then some, took avoiding action, could have held his position way more, but there we are. Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davison, Chester Fawkes is in third with the fastest lap of the race. Albie J. Stubbs, Bodie Batchen, Harry Chapman, Ilias Sammy, Ethan Owen, Reggie Chandler and Evans Veronins is your top 10. And I think in terms of teammates out the front today, that's probably some of the most intriguing action we've seen. What do you think? What did you think about that, the way that that finished between Davison and Hibbert? Would love to know your thoughts, as well as right throughout the rest of the afternoon. And next up on the agenda is not part of our official Trent Valley Kart Club Championship towards the end of the year, but the last round we had them here and we welcome them back with open arms again, next to our Honda Cadets. Hello and good morning, by the way, if you've just joined us. It's around about 10 past 11 on this Sunday afternoon, and you are watching Trent Valley Kart Club on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, a SlipStream broadcast brought to you by Alpha Live, bringing you the home and many homes of grassroots karting throughout 2026, brand new for 2026. And another opportunity to open the door and the window of the next best drivers coming into motorsport. Our young proteges trying to maybe find their way up inevitably into Formula 1 one day, and maybe into GT3, into World Endurance, into other forms of motorsport, whatever it might be, into Formula E, maybe. So many options and pathways for our young drivers, including here in our Honda Cadets, which has been an incredible category to watch. It's one of my favourite categories to watch in karting, especially in 2026. And one of the highlights this season was at Wilton Mill in the kart championship. Fierce ending between some of our drivers. One of those drivers, actually two of them here today, I think, amongst some of them. Let's get your grids then for our first heat in Honda Cadets and see how they're going to be lining up for this one. You can hear the roars of the Honda Cadets engine there. They come out. And again, not a huge grid, but with a guest grid, it's great to have the Hondas here for some action. Archie Cannon starts us on pole, who recently left the Apollo Awnings as a factory team, now going alone himself as a privateer. Shailen Srikantan is second. Jensen Culler, followed by Cian Doherty, Finn Hollis, Archie Edgar, Alfie Love and Austin Dowell is down to row 4. And then the rest of your runners, Oliver Vickers, Reggie Cook, Isaac Young and Oliver Pask, finishing P12. Yeah, Dirk there just saying, pretty sure if Alfie Davidson in a previous race in our Water Swifts didn't go wide, there is contact. Wasn't really a move in my opinion. Well, there you go. I don't know if he got a bit spooked. I don't know. It's not our job, is it? But it certainly looks like he had no idea that it was coming, and then saw it on the inside, didn't want to crash into his teammate, and, well, took the avoiding action. But we'll see where it picks up once again with our Water Swifts later on. It's going to be very interesting to see now those two teammates going head to head, and we're about to have our Honda Cadets going head to head. It's our first starting grid of the day for our Hondas. They line up on their grid slots. You can see on pole position there Archie Cannon and the machine of Shailen Srikantan, who has positioned his car and angled it towards Archie Cannon ever so slightly to give him a possible better line. The same can be said as well for the driver in fourth, in Finn Hollis, and the red lights are on and we are away. And look at the posturing. It looks like it might have helped Shailen. Is he going to have it around the outside? No, Cannon just about gets to the turn first. He certainly had a good initial phase of a getaway, but Archie Cannon had enough momentum to get off the line and hold into first place. As he moves back at the grid with Isaac Young there going along with Oliver Pask and Reggie Cook. They come down into the first hairpin for the first time, our Honda Cadets, with 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock as for all of our heats, as is standard. And Archie Cannon just catching a bit of oversteer there as he came out of the second hairpin and into the Fullerton S's for the first time. Down towards Bobby Game corner, hug the outside line, now steering as late as possible and clip that apex for the best racing line. Hug that apex then through the Mike Wilson complex, take that pretty close and then wide on out the outside, and then sacrifice your other apexes to give you the best racing line towards the end of the lap. And it means that then you'll do a full 1400 metres or so around PF International and get one on the board. Archie Cannon has got it on the board, and collecting and picking up the pieces there was Keaton Doherty, who got a handful of oversteer, which he didn't really want. And Shaylan's now dived to the inside for Archie Cannon. Beautiful move there on the brakes from Shaylan Stricanton, who has definitely got all of the hallmarks of being at the front of this one again, as he was in the last race. Seeing lots of your support coming in for Archie Cannon. Kevin and Granny and Grandad supporting on Archie here, with all the support behind. Archie Edgar as well getting some support from Eileen. Down in 5th place right now. And actually, setting the fastest lap of the race has just been pipped though by Shaylan Stricanton as they come across the start-finish line there. Look at these two coming through the first chicane. They're side by side. What fantastic racing there. Between, I think that was Doherty and Alfie Love, mate. Well, further back, maybe Finn Hollis, Alfie Love, Archie Edgar, all side by side going through the chicane there. Beautiful, respectful driving, which is what we want to see. Giving each other room through that corner, and as these karts are, well, they're not small by any means, but they're small enough to be able to just about squeeze through there. You get onto road taxes or senior road taxes, and maybe not so much later on as the bigger chassis. And coming down into Bobby Game there and taking the inside. The screeching of the tyres, the screeching of the joy inside the helmet as well, only for a short while because he got a bump up from behind. Did Oliver Vickers on Finn Hollis. He's just about managed to stay ahead of Finn Hollis. Shaylan Stricanton setting the pace. Once again, he's starting to build into this one. But Archie Cannon still well on his back. There is Oliver Vickers and Finn Hollis down in P6, coming down through to the chicane, the bowl section. And I would give you some stats on our Honda Cadets, but as I said, as is the guest grids, as they're not part of this full running throughout the whole of Trent Valley Kart Club in 2026. Here just for the track time, the experience, useful, valuable track time for other championships that they'll be competing in the rest of this year, and make sure that they don't miss out too much on understanding furthermore their Honda Cadet machine underneath and taking some more valuable points into the rest of their 2026 ranks and everything else. There's Oliver Vickers then. He's down in P6. He's sort of leading the group of 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th and 11th back. And there's the front two. You just saw Stricanton go through your picture, followed by Cannon. And then Jensen Culler is at least about 2 seconds back from our front two at the moment. And Jensen Culler also been racing in our the Kart Championship, National Kart Championship this year, as is the Honda Cadet class, on show quite a lot at Rowra last weekend. And the first one for Archie Cannon as a privateer away from Apollo. So Archie getting used to sort of new format and the way about his going racing at his weekend, but I'm sure a very conscious decision and best for Archie going forward in the view of him and the family. Hasn't slowed him down one bit though, because he's right up at the front of this one. Archie Edgar, by the way, he's in 4th right now, was setting the fastest lap of the race pace earlier before Scrikanton, and Cannon here really going for it. Cannon setting the fastest lap now. Archie Edgar's got an eye from Race Control, who have put Archie Edgar under investigation at the moment. Not too sure what was for, you'd assume for racecraft, race conduct, but until we see or hear more about that, got to be awfully careful. Archie Cannon braking so late there. Scrikanton almost giving him a little bit of a scare to get on the brake pedal even more, because Scrikanton was maybe easing and gently more into that hairpin to maybe try and slow down Cannon strategically, or just Cannon's got more confidence underneath him at the moment as they come through the mid part of the track and through into the Mike Wilson complex. Here's Cannon all over the back of Scrikanton. Let's try and follow these guys for this lap right through, because I just want to see maybe where a couple of our drivers here at the front in Scrikanton and Cannon are gaining or losing time on each other. They look pretty odd as even down the start-finish straight, and they come through the bowl there. Again, they look pretty even. You'd like to think that maybe Cannon gets his car into the corner a little bit better, although Scrikanton doesn't get that out of the bridge and out of that corner very well. That leaves him vulnerable going down to the first hairpin here. He's a very lucky boy, because Cannon stays behind, and he's still... Scrikanton gets onto the grass though. He's lost a bit of grip maybe underneath him in his Honda Cadet machine, and Cannon must be kicking himself. He wants to take the opportunity here. There he goes, bumping the back of Scrikanton again, telling him to get on with it. He's got the pace behind clearly in second. Who's going to take the win in this one? There's going to be 2 laps to go, and it looks like Cannon really closes up, having watched most of this lap, into the second hairpin, albeit from a slight mistake from Scrikanton, and onto the start-finish straight here. Once again, 2 more laps to go. He was having a slight look round the outside there, letting some clean air come onto the front wing of Cannon's machine. And Scrikanton has just got to keep it facing the right way, head down, not to be spooked from behind. But Archie Cannon knows that many a time in this season, if he's in this position, he can put the pressure on. He can force the driver in front into a mistake. He can maybe even dive down the inside. There it is, Cannon. Always got great drive off of the bridge, and he goes into the lead ahead of Scrikanton. So he's leading this one now. With a lap to go, he's gone for it, you maybe say, slightly early. If he wants to time it perfectly towards the end of this race, he's now going to need to drive off into the distance if he wants to keep an eye on this one. And keep an eye on first place to put him in prime position for our next heats in this race weekend. Cannon gets wide though out of the final couple of corners, and now the pendulum has swung back in Scrikanton's favour. Cannon goes defensive, hugs the inside, goes across the track that he might go a little bit earlier than usual. Cannon stays in the middle of the road and is put on a really defensive posture now. He's got to, because Scrikanton smells blood back. He wants to be returned to sender. He senses he doesn't want to pull off the same move. He's going to force Scrikanton round the outside. They touch wheels. They just about kept each other going in the right way though. It was all so close, right on the edge. In our racing here, these two are class of the field in Honda Cadets. Archie Cannon in the UK doing his thing. So is Scrikanton. And a duel of 2 of the best drivers in this class across the lands. Cannon anxiously looks over his shoulder. Does he have this one in the bag? Is there going to be any final chance and dive from Scrikanton? Can Cannon get a good exit out of the final corner? It's crucial. And yes, it looks like he's going to. It's a drag race to the line. No, is Cannon going to do it? Scrikanton going to get it? Oh, it's close. It's very close indeed, but Scrikanton has to settle for second in the end. And what was there between them? 4 hundredths of a second. 4 hundredths of a second. Absolutely nothing to choose between them, but Cannon takes the win in this one. Srikantan, Jensen Culler, Archie Edgar, Cian Doherty, Oliver Vickers, Finn Hollis, Reggie Cook, Austin Dowell and Alfie Love is your top 10 in that one. And below, Isaac Young and Oliver Pass down to our 12 runners in Honda Cadets. Always close racing in Honda Cadets, really equal kind of field and really sets the drivers apart from each other and who's got the talent underneath them. Not too much of a differential in performance, really. They're very evenly matched and Cannon showing he deserves to be at the top in this one. Srikantan in the end did have the faster lap out there, but as is the defensive driving and prowess of Cannon to come out on top in the end in that one. Let's go from our Honda Cadets then, and we'll go back once again round to our Senior Rotax. So from our Honda Cadets to a very different sounding engine and some downtime for some of our families and drivers and supporters on the mounds. I've not, I know little scrunchies he just did there. Not seen a scrunchie in a while. Very underrated as a scrunchie. You know? Is that what you call them? Scrunchies? I don't know. Do what you want when you're watching the action, whether at home or if you're here at PF International for the Trent Valley Kart Club. And good to see you all with supporting here. Nana Bav sending best wishes to grandson Albie Lapper in the Senior Rotax, not forgetting his mechanic Liam and Dad Phil. Where's he going to be on the grid? Let's see, shall we? Ethan Martin leads us on poles. Rigas Pravalonis, Joel Dixon-Cohen and Finley Jones, Harry Bartle, Brandon Truman, Joshua Turmon, Adam Woodham is P8 in this one. New drivers you're seeing because of the new groups that might not have faced each other off so far today. Mikey Walker, James Tester, Noah Barham, Oliver Liversedge, DeJean Bennett, Miles Roby, Albie Lapper, there he is in P15 for Strawberry Racing, and Austin Johnson in P16. Ollie Goodyear, Harvey Quick, Arthur Brownless and George Kay down to your top 20 with Oscar Schuerbeck, James King, Dylan McDermott and Robbie Rathbone to 24th. McIver, Shaw, Valentino, Kirkwood, Rudd, Robinson and Mufakir down to your 31 runners. So our drivers just finding their way out in the formation lap. I'm sure plenty of grip around there. Look at the turning angle that Ethan Martin was getting there at the front. And our Senior Rotax machines raring and ready to go. Srigas Pravalonis then had a good showing in the last heat, battling right up there at the front, excuse me. But how will he get on in this one? Don't know if he's going to get caught. And was he looking down there on the left-hand side? I don't know if he's got a problem. Yeah, I thought so. I thought Srigas had a problem there. He was going to get off and going, and then he sensed that something wasn't quite right there, trying to start the machine once again. There's confirmation of the false start with the flags, with our chevron in there, and going ever so slow. It doesn't look like that car wants to get going once again. He's trying to start it up. Might have clogged up on the formation lap. Might be a problem with the starter, with the battery. But as Srigas Pravalonis was looking to, as I say, build on, I feel like I might have cursed as a commentator there, because it looks like he's out of this one. Unless he can get it going again, he will have to start from the back of this grid if he's going to keep it going. And there he is towards the back. I'm sure, has he got it going again? He just comes into this shot now. Oh, there he is. He has got it going. So yeah, I don't know if it was just a bit clogged up on the formation lap as we were going a bit slower and finding our feet around before we were to go racing. But now Srigas Pravalonis won't be alongside Ethan Martin. It will be probably Joel Dixon Cohen there, yeah, you can see behind, and you can see Finley Jones now up in the mix. So Dixon Cohen has almost been handed a lifeline there. Thank you very much, says Joel. And Srigas, let's keep an eye on Srigas, see how he can come through the field in this one. Let's go racing again then with a different front two. Ethan Martin gets us into turn one though. And all pretty clean as we go through the first couple of corners and through the chicane. And finding their feet all the while. Very tidy in the grand scheme of things here at PF International, because sometimes get very, very congested, as it did there off the bank. And into that hairpin, awfully wide there for, I think that was Rocco Valentino, down towards the rear of the field. Got the braking all out of shape. Joshua Turnbull there, Nicole's Racing in the black suit, you can see coming through, but at the front, I think it's Joel Dixon Cohen in the lead. I think he's jumped up to first from third, or second rather, because obviously Srigas Pavlos went out. Yeah, who is coming across the line in first? It is Joel Dixon Cohen, although immediately Harry Bartle, where did that speed come from? The slipstream right in there. 5-second penalty for Srigas Pavlonis as of the issues at the start of that race. Oh, really putting insult to injury there, but come to be expected with disturbing the start of the race. And now we'll see Joshua Turnbull chasing after at the front, and lots of skirmishing going on further back. There is Dixon Cohen, who's dropped right down to 4th place in this one. It's Bartle followed by Turnbull. Ethan Martin's now 3rd. Dixon Cohen, Mikey Walker, is currently P6 in this championship, who's looking for a better run of form in this round of the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. He had a penalty handed down to him in the heats in our last round, in round 3, which really sort of set him back in the weekend. But he's currently P5 in this one, so the right trajectory for him progressing through this weekend at the moment. He finished P10 in the final of round 3. So in this second heat, plenty of time for our senior Rotax drivers, including Mikey Walker, to be in the best possible position up there at the front. Brilliant conditions here for some racing on a Sunday, on a Grand Prix Sunday. And of course the British Grand Prix today at the top of motorsport, but many of these drivers you are watching right now vying to be the future of that, trying to make their way through karting and up towards the front of the field. And just like Turnbull does there, ahead of Harry Bartle, textbook move, and also Ethan Martin follows through on the inside. So it's Turnbull and Martin now in first and second. Look at Dixon Cohen as well, coming through, trying to come through on the inside of Mikey Walker, but Mikey Walker shuts the door, although for a previous stage of this race he's got a warning flag as Mikey Walker, and I said in the previous race meeting that he had to be ever so careful because he got handed a penalty in these first heats in round 3, and then he had to fight his way all the way back through the other race meetings and up through the grids of the weekend. Towards the back of your picture there, Miles Roby, chased by Wooden, Barham, DeJean Bennett. There's the ducking of the human DRS across the line from Josh Turnbull, trying to gain more than a 3/10 gap over Bartle. Pavlonis has got the pace out there, as you can see at the moment though. Further back towards the midfield of the grid now. He's dropped all the way obviously to the back of the grid with that issue at the start, albeit he's got a 5-second penalty. There's a nice switch of a move towards the back. Dixon Cohen battling there. Miles Roby, this is Miles Roby there, trying to get ahead of Brandon Truman in the PF plate. and chase on to Dixon Cohen there. Just go through your screen into Bobby Game corner. Austin Johnson's now got a 5-second penalty from race control, down in 20 seconds. That's going to add insult to injury and more misery piled upon some of our drivers here in this senior Rotax grid. And a warning for Dylan McDermott. It's all going on out there at the moment. Dylan McDermott getting a warning too. It's incredibly fractious, this race, and race control not happy with some of the driving standards from some of our drivers out there at the moment, and making sure that they're aware of it and don't find themselves in a tricky position to the rest of this weekend. So you can see Adam Woodham just holding off Oliver Liversedge in 12th before for Jack's Motorsport coming through there, and the 24 of Miles Roby. So Miles Roby in P7, he's got the PF plate of Brandon Truman behind. It's sort of got Brandon Truman as the leader of this other group, so it's sort of the top 5 all in one group really, with a little bit of spread between second and back to third of Turnbull, Bartle, Walker, Dixon Cohen and Ethan Martin. And out towards the front now though, it's really starting to hot up. Another warning handed out by race control, this time for Harvey Quick. Whatever's going on out there, it is certainly on the edge, and many of our drivers got to be careful that they don't go over that threshold in race control's mind to land themselves with a nasty penalty. These two though, racing hard but fair at the front. Joshua Turnbull, Harry Bartle. And then further back, you've got Mikey Walker, who's on the podium now in third. Dixon Cohen and Ethan Martin. Across the line once again, looks like we're going to have 3 more laps in this second heat for senior Rotax. Ethan Martin there trying to chase down James Tester now with the fastest lap of the race in P12, down from 10th at the start, trying to reclaim his position in this race. And down into the first hairpin. Another warning handed out by race control, this time for James King. It's all going on here at PF International, and our drivers driving in a very hostile environment at the moment. But that is racing, you know. We put it right on the edge to try and get every single 10th of a second, every position you want to be fighting for. Harry Bartle trying to size and move up the inside there for Joshua Turnbull. The door was slammed firmly closed. Another investigation for Willow McIver now. Race control very busy in this one, in our second heat for senior Rotax. Mikey Walker now being brought into the fray of these front two between Bartle and Turnbull. And now Bartle goes to the lead. Where's Turnbull going to come out? He's in second. Investigation for Mufakir as well. What is happening out there? At the front of the field here though, it's hard but fair right now. Bartle with a Jack's Motorsport livery. Oh, just about covers off the attempt of a switchback from Turnbull. Look at all the drivers being brought into this one now though. Because of the battling, it's changed in an instant. It's Bartle, and now Mikey Walker. It's a Jack's Motorsport. 1-2. Joshua Turnbull is now third. Dixon Cohen is fourth. Ethan Martin fifth. Truman is in sixth. Barham is in seventh. They'll come across the line for the final lap here, and Bartle has got to hold off his fast-charging teammate in Mikey Walker. He's got a warning flag, has Mikey Walker. He has to be oh so careful how he goes about making his decisive move towards the end of this race. Is he going to throw it up the inside here? No, he's not. Some other drivers thinking about doing the same. They all think against it, and they come on back through. These two teammates up the front we saw in some of our Water Swift races earlier. Our two Fusion Motorsport drivers were looking like in Davidson was going to finish 1-2, but then through a move at the last gasp But these two drivers are going to bring it across the line for Jax Motorsport in a 1-2. Gentleman's agreement stays withstanding. And Bartle finishes ahead of Mikey Walker. A fantastic drive from Mikey Walker. Up 7 places in this one. The biggest net gainer in that race for Jax Motorsport. On the podium is Josh Turnbull, who can, despite not finishing towards the front where he was early in the race, still be very happy with that one. Joel Dixon-Cohen ahead of Ethan Martin, Brandon Truman, Noah Barham, Miles Roby, Adam Wooden and James Tester finishing where he started in P10. That's your top 10. 5-second penalty as well for Oscar Schiavek, who's not going to make much of a difference to his proceedings for Kato Motorsport. The number 96 down in 25th place in that one in the end of out of our 31 runners. So we've had our road tax machines, and you of course know about the differences between maybe X30 and road tax machines, and road tax the power's there, so other karts are more smooth on the power. That's just the reason why you can't just put them in the same category. All of our junior races, different engines performing differently. We'll go from road tax to junior X30. So here we are then for what will be our very first heat of the day in Junior X30. Yeah, we haven't seen any X30 action so far, and we're about to get a first taste of it now. And I feel like, you know, we've got the iArmy, we've got the Euro Series, we have lots of iArmy action, but sometimes road tax gets kind of sort of thought about first of all. Obviously a busier grid in junior road tax, but X30 iArmy just as exciting in racing and action and racecraft, so not to be ignored. Let's get our grids for this one. Archie Edgar starts on pole for Mick Barrett Racing. Zach Champney is second. Butterazzi, Tomlinson on the second row of the grid. George House, Jake Flewitt, George Quinlan and Alfie Brown, who's your championship leader at the moment, in P8. Ninth will be John Foley Jr., Henry Clark, and then it'll be Sugmani Kira in P11, Orion Mehta in P12, Devin Taylor, Jacob Backler, Archie Rogers Tyler and Katie Donaldson in P16, who's in the top 10 of the championship at the moment. Max Mason, Nathaniel Hodges, Richardson, Nolan Bullock, Stone and Blenkinsop and Max Say down towards the rest of the field of Wish, Copley, Campbell, Vitor, Wykes, Clark, Hayes and Bacon, and then our final runners of Wood, Evans and Seamarks, down with our 35 runners in this hugely packed grid, which doesn't need to be split across multiple grids, but we'll give you 35 runners in one. And how has Dirk missed George House? Well, you got some action with him in this one. Our X30s are looking like they're going to be getting underway just out the side the tram lines, although they are happy to all get racing now into turn one. And then George Edgar from Mick Barrett Racing is into first. He nearly gets ducked on the inside there by, it looked like, Zach Champney trying to chuck it up the inside, but very quickly learned that that door had well and truly closed and there was absolutely no way he was getting through there. Look at the defensive switcheroo to the inside from Enzo Butterazzi to hold off challenges from behind. All these Biro ART livery machines looking like they're working in tandem, but they're all out there for each other at the moment, this stage of the race. It's all go. Alfie Brown trying to get up there as well. Look at the twitching and the posturing between those two there in Butterazzi. And I think, I'm not sure if that's Tomlinson that's got up there already. We'll come across the line and we'll see. Edgar, Butterazzi, it is Tomlinson. Edgar, Butterazzi, Tomlinson, Flewitt, Zach Champney's down to 5th place. Alfie Brown is in 6th. George House up into 7th. Henry Clark And Mater in 9th, and Quinlan is in P10. Look at this up the inside though. A dive to the inside and a beautiful move completed by Jake Flewitt on Enzo Butterazzi. Now Flewitt can get after George Edgar, who is sailing into the lead. Look at the defensive moves going on all over the place. Into the Mike Wilson complex and through Fullerton Esses and now into Bobby Game. I'm sure it will continue. Yes, it does. Tomlinson holding off Butterazzi. And through these final few sequence of corners, it is fast, it is furious. And would you expect any less of Junior X30 as he's seen on the outside? Oh my God, clipped the front wing there. Did Butterazzi, trying to go around the outside of Tomlinson. Hopefully not too much damage or any nose cone infringements. On the brakes, into there was George House. Did he make the move round Butterazzi? No, Butterazzi holds on. We'll try again into the hairpin. There is Butterazzi. Actually did fall back behind George House. George House went round the outside of Butterazzi. Fantastic move that came off in the bowl section. Out of the second hairpin. One of those karts doesn't sound too healthy, if I'm honest. I'm not sure what kart it was. The exhaust sounded very strange. Maybe it's a kart on their own further back. Hopefully the kart is all right though. That doesn't sound too good. Sounds like an exhaust issue, but I mean we'll carry on with all of our drivers and George Edgar, Flewitt, Champney and Tomlinson leading us across. Yeah, George House, one of those machines sounding a lot different to the rest of the field. As long as it keeps going in a straight line and are told otherwise to not do that. There you go. Do you see what I mean? I won't make a profane joke because that wouldn't be necessary, especially on a Sunday. And there it is again. It's been caught up on a mic beautifully. To the inside there was, I think, a switch back from Tomlinson. Wasn't too sure. Could see a 38 on screen. Whereabouts are we in the field? Down towards Freddie Wood. I said we were looking at sort of 18th down there. According to Dirk, Devin Taylor is the noisy one in 267. How on earth do you spot that? That is incredible. Thank you, Dirk. You need to be up with me in the commentary box. So Devin Taylor down in P18 at the moment with the MLC team behind him. Maybe using the noise to scare his team. There you go. There it was. There is the noise coming through, and maybe just not a problem, maybe just the way the kart is built and set up. And I don't know, you remember when you were a kid and you used to get a Coke can and you put it on the spokes of your bike and then you used to go around and you make it sound like a motorbike. I'm not sure he's put a Diet Coke can or anything in the bumper to make that sound even better, but you know, if you want to keep your childhood alive, that could be one way to go. Jesus, it's noisy, isn't it? But you certainly know he's there. Meanwhile, at the front, we know that George Edgar is leading out front. Zach Shampney, Jake Flewitt, George House, and Milan Tomlinson. And then Enzo Butterazzi is in 6th. Henry Clark, Alfie Brown, Aaron Richardson, and Orion Mater in the top 10 at the moment. Aaron Richardson setting the pace right now. Down in P9. And setting the pace well below the minutes, of course, and nearly into the 56s. Currently a 57.09. That is very fast for around here at PF International. And you'd like to think maybe that some of the times might start to dip down into the 56s, or is it just that Aaron Richardson is absolutely driving the wheels off of his Fusion Motorsport machine? Down in P9 at the moment. He's had a great race so far, up 10 places, but so has George Edgar. 1.1 seconds out in front of Zach Shampney, who has found himself in the meantime, as we've been focusing on the baked bean machine of Devin Taylor, up to second. Jake Flewitt in third. George House, not Ewan, George House is in fourth. Butterazzi trying to progress in this race. Millen Tomlinson was pointing ahead, but then got some company from behind. And they're all going for it now. There is Tomlinson on your screen. There's the three of Aaron Richardson, who's setting the timing screens alight at the moment. Alfie Brown. Oh, and who's out there? It's Rogers Tyler. Down towards the back of the grid. Unfortunate to see that happening. Looks like his engine maybe choked up, his chain guard. It could be anything, but he's out of this race. They come across the line for another time and possibly 2 more laps in this one. Nice move at the inside there from Alfie Brown on Henry Clark up to 6th place. Alfie Brown wants to hold on to as many positions as he can, leading the championship, and Henry Clark though trying to stick with him. And defending hard into that hairpin was Henry Clark, and doing the same again on Aaron Richardson, not letting the door open for Aaron whatsoever. Has Aaron found a way on the inside though? He certainly has, because Henry Clark backed out of that one. And just about, goodness me, the squiggling of these karts to try and scare your opponent off wide. It is very impressive and right on the edge of our racing. And talking the edge of racing, I thought we would be done, but there is 2 more laps to go in this one. Archie Edgar has got some more time to build his gap. Out in the lead, ahead of Zach Champney. It's now sitting, or I say Zach Champney, it's just been passed by Jake Flewitt. There you go, up into second. But George Edgar over these two has got plenty of time to mull over how to bring this race home as we get close towards our final lap and into the Mike Wilson complex. Here we go, getting a little bit wide. Jake Flewitt looked like he was going there, but he was just taking a slightly wider line to give you a better exit on the outside. Though Champney right on the back of him, and he knows it. Butterazzi sets the fastest lap, 3 seconds back off of the lead with George Edgar. And into the bowl section for the final time in their first action today, feeling racy. They've been raring to go to get out onto this PF International circuit. And staying absolutely glued to the back of Jake Flewitt is Champney, although they've got to now contemplate George House round the outside. There's no move on there. Is George House going to switch back? Hasn't got enough of a run to get up the inside of Zach Champney. And George House stays where he is as well. And Jake Flewitt holding off this final lap dash for George Edgar. He's not needed to hold off anything, because he's going to come across the line to take victory here in the first heat for Junior X30. Any celebration? Yeah, cool as you like, cool as a cucumber. Got the job done ahead of Jake Flewitt and Zach Champney, George House, Butterazzi, Brown, Richardson up to 7th. In the end, a fantastic drive from Aaron Richardson for Fusion, up 12 places. Brilliant display. Henry Clark, Millen Tomlinson, down 5 in the end. Not good for Millen, but still in the top 10, and Orion down there in P10. Followed by Nathaniel Hodges, Foley Jr., Backler, Donaldson, Wood, Sukmani Kira, Max Mason, Blenkinsop, Charlie Blenkinsop in P18, Jack Wish, Simeon Stone in 20th. For your top 20 in that one. Welcome to all of you as well, by the way, who have been signing up as SlipStream members today. And welcome to Doshi098. You become a SlipStream member with us, you can catch the racing action right throughout the whole day here at PF International, as well as all of our finals for our grassroots karting clubs that we're bringing you for the first time in 2026. All of the racing action for you to watch. Make sure you get your SlipStream pass to get exclusive access to all of our amazing content and our Bump Draft podcast as well, talking about all of the highs and lows and corners of the karting earth with Henry Burdett, Piers Pryor and Andrew Mather for you. All right. Talking of SlipStream, you've just heard me say, you can join it, you can catch all the action. And here is Piers Pryor to break it all down for you.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport. Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew, the team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year and every event needs dedicated people like you.
So, welcome back to PF International here, and we'll go through your grids very quickly for Senior X30, and you can become a volunteer here at PF International to be part of it all. Nat Johnston, Hayden Eldridge is second, Wiley, Moore, Meek, Powell, Lewis and Mackie down to P8. And then we'll have Aaron Brown, Harry Cottrell, CJ Bennett, Gill, Booker, Edmund, Sales and Hitter down to P16. Lewis Bird, Max Yule, Parabok, Gallagher, Woodward and Reece Newburn, Lask and Archie Cole. Woodward getting some support on the live chat. Marsh Cole, Phil Heath, Buckingham, Ethan Higgins, Cutsbland and George Wang down to P32, and then followed by our final two runners of Russell and Creswell. Some of you saying that SlipStream is better value than Netflix. Well, we'll take that, absolutely. Who knows where we might go in the years that come in the world of karting and grassroots motorsport throughout the UK. It's a joy and a pleasure to be with you on this Sunday for Trent Valley Kart Club, underway for the first heat of the day for Senior X30, and we're not going underway because we're not happy with what happened there, and that might be something to do with it. Unfortunately there, not going to see any further part in this race, is our third place man of Alex Wiley. Oh, gutted, absolutely gutted. I'm not saying if something like that happens and you're towards the back of the grid it's any better, but when you're right up at the front, it must be an absolute killer. You've put all that effort in qualifying, you're just going out for your first heat of the day, you've done all the checks in Parc Ferme, in the awnings, in the grid, and then you're out there on track and it gives up on you. Our first two runners here have really got to slow up though in Johnston and Eldridge, because the grid is absolutely miles away from them. So they've got to really slow down. Everyone's got to catch up here. There's a right spread throughout the field, and I don't think our race starter in Nigel Edwards is going to be very happy about that at the moment, unless an absolute miracle happens in the next 5 to 10 seconds. They have slowed right down. Our race officials have sort of made that clear to our front two, so it's not going to involve Alex Wiley in this one now. And Dan Ashton there comes off to the side, and our drivers will get underway. Johnston and Eldridge into the first turn, and they've swerved to the inside already, and Eldridge really loses out there at the start and finds himself down in third now. Johnston in first, and I think that might have been Morgan Moore for Fusion Motorsport that got up in front of Eldridge. There is Morgan Moore actually in the Fusion Motorsport livery. You can see him in second place, and Eldridge going to fall down the order even more here with the disappointment of the start. Nearly though, getting out onto the grass on the outside, was in second for one moment, and I think that was Tristan Powell for MDL, who then finds himself further back down the order once again. So Hayden Eldridge is falling right down in this one, right down the order, right out of the domino effect that keeps happening. He's leading the championship at the moment. He's definitely not leading this race though. Even after round 2 and round 3 back-to-back wins, it's going to be quite a tall order to win this heat. As we go through and across the line, officially through the timing lines for the first time, Johnston leads Moore. Oliver Meek, Harry Cottrell, Hayden Eldridge has fallen to 5th. Harrison Mackey, Tristan Powell, and Cameron Edmonds, Sam Lewis, Aaron Brown, your top 10 as they just swap positions between 9th and 10th. Aaron Brown through the second sector timing line, just switching positions as they went through there. So Nat Johnston coming on through, and our X30 drivers have not left anything out there on the table today. Before with our junior X30, and the same said here for our seniors as well. Across the line, Morgan Moore briefly setting the pace before Hayden Eldridge, and then Aaron Brown sets the fastest lap and the early pace in this one, a 57.2, 3 tenths quicker than our front runner of Nat Johnston at the moment, Aaron Brown is. So just watch and wait and see how they might come through the field. Eldridge wants to come back through and just about gets it stopped there in front of Oliver Meek, and Eldridge up to 4th. Cottrell, Moore and Johnston meanwhile are in front of the top 3 and finding their way through towards the front of the field. Here we are though in the mid-pack, and that's Cameron Edmonds down in P10. There you go, Edmonds fit onto the blue visor there in the middle of that pack is the top 10 positions at the moment. Just coming over and skipping over right now, skipping over out the exit, being chased behind by Ryan Gill in the 43. And there they are coming through, all finding their way through the bowl section, taking that wider line to start with, clip the apex onto the bridge and make sure there's no rival up the inside, sniffing a chance to disturb your racing line. And that's exactly what Sam Lewis is going to do to Austin Powell there. Nice move up the inside on the MDL driver, and further finding their way through up and around the grid. 4 minutes on the clock, halfway through this race now also, and Johnston and Moore building the gap out front ahead of Cottrell and Hayden Eldridge. Eldridge now is a bit unsettled in the last couple of laps and trying to now settle into this one, finding his pace once again in this one, albeit 2 seconds back. He's got some work to do to get to the front of this race. And Johnston and Moore seem to be kind of working together at the front, albeit there'll be a half a second gap between them. No one's really challenging each other too much at the front. And not surprised really. As they all keep making their way around PF International. And through the start-finish straight once more, on your screen right now, is Lewis Bird down there holding on to P12, trying to do his best, although I think Bailey Brooker's just got up the inside to take P12 away. So that's a move from Bailey up into the mid-half of the grid. And there's Ryan Gill towards the inside, defending that position. And other teammates all around trying to find their place. There's Sam Lewis. Sam Lewis, the fastest lap of the race last time around. There he is on your screen now, just coming through the final couple of corners. Chasing after these two, Johnston, Moore, and then Cottrell, then Eldridge, Mackey further back. And then on your screen there, Oliver Meek and Aaron Brown going through your picture. A dive to the inside is that from Aaron Brown on Oliver Meek. I certainly think so. And Aaron Brown now jumping up to P6. Textbook stuff into the bowl section on the brakes, not fighting it too much, and to live to fight another day into the hairpin. And the rest of this PF International Circuit, where there are plenty of opportunities to overtake all of the time in whatever sector it might be. That's why it's loved so much by the drivers. It's such a technical challenge. It tests the top speed of whatever machine is out there on track at that time, but also has the technical sections and the mid-speed corners of the bowl, and through the Mike Wilson complex it gets more tight and twisty, and it is for these two side by side. Goodness me, that was so brave from Harrison Mackey there to stick his foot in, not lift at all, with Aaron Brown on the outside. Harrison Mackey being incredibly brave to hold on to his top 5 position at the moment. You bet though that Aaron Brown's going to come back for more. Aaron Brown's bringing in all of the other runners and riders behind as well now. Sam Lewis in there in the 1-2-4. Tristan Powell also in on the action. And this is your battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Good battles going on right up and down through the field. Aaron Brown there in the 6th, in the green helmet, bearing down on Mackey. Does he try it again into the chicane? He's not quite alongside. Is there a look into the bowl on the brakes? No, nothing doing there. And finding a way through. Not for now, even when they come over the bridge. But maybe a way around the outside, and staying in the middle of the track is Harrison Mackey, holding off plenty there. But whilst Aaron Brown is swaying left and right, trying to find a way past Mackey, there is Sam Lewis doing exactly the same behind. And Sam Lewis right now on the back of Aaron Brown and causing a real pile-up between these drivers in the midfield. To the front though, where has this changed? Final lap pace is needed now from Morgan Moore. We cut to the lead because the lead has come right down from a comfortable, I think even second not too long ago, earlier on in the race. Wasn't quite keeping an eye on the gap, but it was certainly more comfortable than this. And Johnston's got his hands full here for Mick Barrett Racing to hold off the Fusion Motorsport machine of Morgan Moore. Out of that hairpin, into the second hairpin, and out of that one again. Onto the power, get the best traction you can. Into the Fullerton S's, here we go. Through there, use as much of the runoff as you dare. Into Bobby Gain corner. All tidy through there. Into this final technical Mike Wilson complex. Looks like that Nat Johnston, even though he had a bit of a scare at the end from Morgan Moore, is just going to hold on here. Nat Johnston takes the win in Senior X30 in this heat. Ahead of Morgan Moore, and Eldridge recovers to 3rd place. Harry Cottrell, Harrison Mackie, Aaron Brown, Sam Lewis, Tristan Powell and Oliver Meek down to Ryan Gill as your top 10. Some drivers not happy there coming across the line of where they finished and what they felt that happened during that race. But that is your first heat for Senior Road Tax. CJ Bennett, I think, didn't end up finishing that one, as well as Alex Wiley, who did not start. He was right on the front row, or the front couple of rows, going off a 3rd place. So, Senior X30, all done and dusted now for the first heat, and we go from X30s and IARMIs to Junior Road Tax. So here we are in the heart of Lincolnshire, of PF International, for the Trent Valley Kart Club. Round 4, we're whisking through the rounds now. My name is Jake Peach. I'm bringing you live coverage and commentary, as well as our Alpha Live team here at PF International, for what's becoming a very interesting stage of the championship now, with drivers that have been able to be here at the rounds consistently, want to vie for the championship trophies in their respective class later this season. It is starting to get into that place now where they are trying to find their way, trying to find their positions in the championship and cement that gap. The gaps really vary between the different categories, but in Junior Road Tax at the moment, the gap just 1 point between Teddy Cooper for Kiddix UK and Ewan House in the new awning he's in this weekend in Jack's Motorsport. Only 1 point between our top 2 drivers. How will the points help them into the intermediate classification in order of getting as least points as possible going into the grid for this race once again for our 3rd heat? And some other drivers who haven't faced off against each other yet will be facing off in this one. The green flag waves, which means we'll take a look at how this is all going to pan out for our first drivers out onto the circuit for this 3rd heat. Ronnie Smart follows Noah Moulton. Ewan House is there in 3rd. Casper McAllister and Teddy Cooper. Harrison Bishop in 6th. George Fountain and Harry Myatt Waldron in P8. Stanley Stafford, Alex Goodson, John Richardson there in P11 for Global Karting. James Fabricius, Oliver Peters, Kevin Ivanov, Aaron Berridge and Jacob Kant in P16. Tyler Mason-Gray, Charlie Aball, who wants to stay off of the stewards' books in this heat. Ted Hall, Ronnie Jones, Hakeem Bart, Oliver Fabricius, Alexander Lazecki and Elliot Smith is P24. Row 13 is Christian Kaov and Callum Boot, and your final row of Luca Matechikika. Sorry, I absolutely butchered that. Matechikika, there you go, that'll do. Hayden Fisher is P28, sorry. So many words, so many names. Syllables. Matechikika, there you go. Sorry, Luca. Driving for Kiddix UK. At the front there, Ronnie Smart. And Noah Moulton alongside. Ewan House just behind. Is Ewan going to come through and take victory in this heat as he did last time, or has he got more competition than he did have in the other groups? We're not going racing. Our race starter, Nigel Edwards, on the gantry, not happy with how our drivers were lining up there, and all fair to get going. So we'll have an additional formation lap. And good luck to Ronnie Jones in this one, who's another Ronnie in the 70 for Global Karting, although I don't want to jinx anything, on my screen at the moment, he's in the pits according to the timing screens. So Vinny, I think you were wishing good luck a little bit too early because it's gone the other way. We'll see if Ronnie Jones does get out there eventually in the number 70 is what we'll be looking out for. If we don't see a 70 amongst the mix here, we'll assume that Ronnie is unfortunately not going to be taking any part in this third heat of Junior Rotax. That's Ronnie Smart. That's a different Ronnie. And Ronnie Jones might be further back. We'll see as we get going. But Moulton and Smart leading the pace of the field here, dictating when we'll be getting going over the tram lines. And Dan Ashton there, familiar to many people in karting. I'm sure you would have come across him by now. On the start-finish straight there, telling our drivers to slow right down and get underway. And we are racing and green. We're happy to go this time. And into the lead and staying in the lead out the start is Ronnie Smart. Although Ewan House, I think, now Ronnie Smart's teammate this weekend, has jumped up into second place. There you go. And I think Teddy Cooper has found his way up into third as well. Ewan House wants to go to the front already, though, wasting absolutely no time. Neither does Teddy Cooper. What a dive to the inside into second. It was a Jack Motorsport 1-2. Teddy Cooper wants to become that person in the middle of them that disturbs that flow and that flow state that most teams and drivers will want. There's a yellow flag waving in the second sector, and that's because one of our drivers in the midfield, just off screen at the moment, is pulled to the side, and there he is, Christian Kayov. I think had an issue, got maybe caught up in some of the action. Here we are though, back to the front of the race, and for all of our drivers coming through, there's a nice dive to the inside that we caught there. Lovely, lovely move from Alex Goodson on Tyler Mason Gray up to P12 in that one. On your screen now is the 318 of Harry Myatt Waldron, who's got a lot of company as well as Ronnie Smart has too, who lets Teddy Cooper up the inside for second place. And Teddy going super defensive, putting on the anchors into the second hairpin and out, and strategically holds on to that place now and can get on after Ewan House, who is already 1.3 seconds ahead. Alex Zeki has got a 3-second penalty, talking of 3, down in P24, unfortunately, at the moment. And Ewan House there, fastest lap of the race, out in front. 1.4 seconds is the gap now. And Ronnie Smart, between Cooper and Smart, very close in second and third. It's playing very well into the hands of Ewan House so far this weekend. Look at the absolute sea between him and Ronnie Smart. But when Ronnie gets a chance to get some clean air and get in good runs out of corners undisturbed, unlike the two drivers behind, battling away at the moment in Moulton and Ronnie Smart, Teddy Cooper's going to be able to forge ahead. There was on your screen to Aaron Berridge further down towards P10 in the black race suit. And there he is with the white helmet and the white car. He's about to be passed on the inside, which will become the outside for him, and losing out to the charge of Oliver Peters. So Oliver Peters making a way up through the grid. Ewan House is under the 1 minute. We're into the 59.5s now. Momentarily though, because that's just been picked for a 59.1 from Kevin Ivanov. 4/10 quicker was Kevin Ivanov on that lap, down in P12. There's 4.5 minutes, not sure there's enough of a chance or enough of a differential for Ivanov to come through, but that is an incredible pace out there at the moment from Kevin Ivanov. The 265 coming through the field at the moment. 4 minutes halfway through this race. And Ewan House is making a habit of this one. Coming on through, there is Aaron Berridge, holding off his latest position, down in P9. Oh, further down, sorry, into P12. He's dropped right down through the order on this one. And all very close on the front. That was for Stanley Stafford trying to make a move. And Oliver Peters, Ivanov setting the pace once again. Setting the timing screams alight. If he keeps this going, who knows where he might be able to get up to in the top 10. He's got to get on with it though. It's all good for the timing screens. It's got to be good on track as well. Ivanov's got to find his way through. Goodson there in the 262 you saw, finding a way through. Here is the battle for 7th and back. Noah Moulton leading this group. Dive down the inside, gets a little bump from behind. There was Oliver Peters. Drivers off on the grass on the outside as they came through the Fullerton S's. Who was that off? There, I'm sure that was Oliver Peters that got put to the side and a challenge on the outside. Ewan House is trying to edge his car even faster along. The gap now is 2.2 seconds. Absolutely no match is Ewan House for anyone else out there at the moment controlling this race. Ronnie Smart occupied with Teddy Cooper in second and third. Plenty of drivers occupied in the midfield as well. And down into the first hairpin. And look at these guys here. Teddy Cooper right in the mix of all of this. Holding off John Richardson at the moment. Not holding him off too much. Uses the curb to pass Teddy Cooper there. And John Richardson up into third place. Lovely move. Getting all out of sorts there a little bit. Was George Fountain coming through. And that's up to the start finish straight once again. Who's your money on in this one in the Junior Rotax third heat of the day? It's been oh so racy throughout all of our action this morning. Nothing less than you'd expect. But this one proving to be very closely fought, particularly in the mid part of this race. And there, another dive to the inside, but then a switcheroo back on Noah Moulton, who loses the place instantly back to Oliver Peters. Oliver Peters maintains 7th place with a switchback defensive move. And through onto the insides. Minute on the clock, 1 lap to go, plus on top of that, Ewan House is way out in the lead now. 2.5 seconds. The gap ever increasing. All the more to Ronnie Smart. There is the visible gap. Smart and then Richardson. I'd say that Richardson is reeling in Ronnie Smart here as well. Myatt Waldron sets the purple pace out there at the moment with a 58.7. Ewan House 4/10 of a lap slower than that. 4/10 of a second slower than that. Look at these guys. Oh, in the midfield gets very caught on the outside there. Did Noah Moulton. Falling back through the field even more. At the front of this field now is Alex Goodson. It's all changing around. Alex Goodson at the front of 8th position at the moment, and then further back you have the likes of Berridge and Kevin Ivanov, who was setting the pace early on in this one, trying to find their way through. 2 laps to go here at PF International in this Junior Rotax heat. And a final chance for some of our drivers to be taking as least points as possible into the intermediate classification to give them the best starting position for our finals later on this afternoon. Onto the brakes, into the second hairpin they come now. And on board there, George Fountain chasing after Teddy Cooper. Championship leader in this one. Hasn't beaten a P3 from round 1 yet. In the final has Teddy Cooper of his overall race weekend finishing position. He hasn't beaten it so far in this one. He's in P4, chasing after John Richardson, although it's a bit of a gap, and it's quite the gap for Ewan House as well. He could just bring this one home. Let's see how Teddy Cooper is going to hold off the battle for 5th and 6th behind him. Yellow flag into turn 1. Won't affect our front runners too much, but one of our drivers off. Let's focus on John Richardson here. He's in 3rd. And he's got company behind. He's in 2nd rather. He's in 2nd. He's ahead of Ronnie Smart. He's got company from Ronnie Smart, who's going to try and come back at him. Ewan House has got this one in the bag. Who's going to finish 2nd? John Richardson on the outside. Ronnie Smart to the inside. He does it up the inside. And Ronnie Smart retains 2nd place. Richardson, has he got any more answers as we find our way around the final couple of corners? Don't think he has, but Ewan House is going to absolutely sail to victory here in the 3rd heat, and a cheeky, nonchalant thumbs up with Ronnie Smart and John Richardson, followed by Teddy Cooper, Fountain, Stafford Peters, Alex Goodson, Aaron Berridge and Noah Moulton finishing inside the top 10 in the end. A brilliant race as well, not to be discounted from Hayden Fisher, up 13 places from P28 on the grid. And towards the end of our race there, someone off at the chicane, their kart giving up the ghost. Yellow flag's out anyway for the end, but just on the mound of the chicane of the first corner, got a very unhappy driver walking towards the safety of the barriers, just trying to make out who that is, and will make his way back to Parc Fermé in a different transportation method by his left and right foot. And not too happy indeed. His car giving up the ghost there. I think racing for the CPT racing team, that's Callum Boots then, Callum Boot, and there is his stricken machine. He is walking back just down past my commentary box here, and we'll be looking to put that one behind him. We'll put this race behind us from Junior Rotax in our 3rd heat today. We'll go to our final Junior Rotax heat right now. So I was trying to lead us away into the next race, and I was to Junior Rotax go. Yes, now go. We'll go now into Heat 4. We'll just wait for the car of Callum Boot to come off there, the CBT machine, and then we'll be into our final Junior Rotax heat, where we're going to have groups B and D facing off against each other, which will be our final Junior Rotax action before we then have our effectively repêchages, or our B finals, to give some drivers who had bad fortune and bad luck in these first heats another chance to find their way through into the final parts of this weekend, their last chance saloon. So we're just waiting for our Junior Rotax runners here to get out onto the grid whilst the kart gets cleared away, and it looks like we are cleared for our last karts off of the last time in that race. Let's get on to our grids then for the final Junior Rotax heat whilst we wait for our drivers to come out. Got a bit of time to digest who is going to be leading us away in this one. Oh, of course, it's Zach Turner at the PF plate for Coles Racing. Tom Reed is there in 2nd. Marcel Poppercall, who had a very racy heat last time out, up there with his teammate Campbell Lees, is in this one in 3rd. Rapini 4th. Charlie Very in 5th. Alex Lynn is in 6th. Robinson 7th. Theo Bradshaw is in 8th on the 4th row of the grid. Cooper Campbell-Lee's there, down in P9. Can he find his way towards the front again with his teammate Marcel? Harry Holland is 10th. It's then Joe Neal, Sargson, Wheatley, Guest, Shea Hilton and Dooling onto row 8. Row 9 is James Tate, Beasley, Shepherd, Lydia McLaughlin, Welsford, Riches Barton and Jay Singh for Maxim Motorsport. And Hugh Hobson, Archie Thoman, Evans, Idris George, Max Hall and Emerson McAndrew Uren, who had an almighty gain of something like 15 places, if I remember rightly, in the last heat. What can Emerson do again for Dan Holland Racing? He's definitely got a good machine underneath him. And at the moment, we've seen Ewan House running away with the pace out front in our last heat. Are we going to see the same story repeat itself in this one with Zach Turner, who has equally dominated so far this weekend? Them two, the pace to set and to catch from our other drivers. But Tom Reed is wanting to make sure he wants to be included in that conversation. He's starting alongside Zach Turner here, who's taken 2 wins round here, alongside our only other driver to be doing that in the championships as a whole so far, in George Holbrook in the other categories in the X30s. So we'll see how we're going to get to their very senior road tax, rather. Sorry, in the senior category for George Holbrook. So Zach Turner and George Holbrook have the 2 wins under their belt. Can they make it 3 this weekend? And this heat is going to try and help cement them into the finals later on. We are away and racing. Zach Turner is into turn 1, all fine. Oh, and a driver off to the outside there onto the grass. Gets tagged, I think, around onto the outside. And that's Harvey Sargson for Jack Dex Racing, who's now got a file towards the back of the grid with dirty, grassy tyres underneath, and find a way back into this one. Poppercool, though, has jumped Tom Reed at the start for Cato Motorsport, and Zach Turner is not going to have it all of his own way like he did in the previous heat he was in, leading out the front. I think he looks over his shoulder, gets a faceful of Marcel, showing that he's exactly there. And for whatever reason in this race, Zach Turner is not pulling away as much as he did in the last one and enjoying it all the same. Marcel Poppercool is right on his tail, as is Charlie Very. Charlie Very is up there in 3rd. Tom Reed's dropped down to 4th. Harry Holland, followed by Alex Lynn, Ryan Rapini. Campbell Lees is up a place to 8th. Joshua Robinson, and then Joe Neal rounds off your top 10. Off the bridge they go. Very barges away past into 2nd place ahead of Marcel Poppercool. Now Very will be the challenger, and this is what Zach Turner wants from behind. Any race leader would want is the battles to go on behind, which will allow Zach Turner to ease and cement himself into this race and find his way out into the lead. Nice move to the inside there for Poppercool on Harry Holland to dampen down the damage that has already been done at the first couple of laps in his race and reduce the arrears down to P4 from the start, but up from P5. Zach Turner looks over his shoulder, and then all of a sudden it's not Marcel Poppercool there right on his bumper anymore. It's Charlie Very who throws it up the inside. Charlie Very does not want Zach Turner to have it all of his own way this weekend, and he is laying the marker down in the early stages of this race. And now Zach Turner is staring at the back of that ST Racing machine, and Very leads out into the front. A good run off that corner from Alex Lynn. Looks like he went ahead of Marcel Poppercool. Further back, you've got the Kinnix UK machine there, getting out wide. The 56 of Rapini, possibly losing out to Campbell Lees. Further back, Charlie Very now, leading the way of Zach Turner, Tom Reed, Poppercool, Lynn, Holland, Campbell Lees, Bradshaw. Setting the fastest lap of the race, Rapini and Joe Neal is your top 10. They come across the line, and Tom Reed is there all in time form, maybe not at the front of this race, but he's setting the fastest lap of the race. 4 tenths back from Charlie Berry rather, and Tom Reed is setting the pace, a 59.28. Not to be messed with out there at the moment. Further back here, you have the battle and the braking. Down into the hairpin of Joe Neal in 10th place. Kato Motorsport Kart finding their way off the road, thinking that there might be rally here at PFI rather than karting. And I think that might have been Popical finding the grass and not the black stuff. Indeed it was. So we dropping time, unvaluable dropping time. And I said that Zach Turner was not going to have it all his own way in this race. However, as Tom Reed has found his way back to second, he has used that opportunity to build the gap once again at the front of this one. I said keep an eye on Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's come from the back of the grid once again, and he finds himself in P17, and we're just under, or over rather, halfway into this 4th Junior Rotax heat. Plenty of races still to come for you in this morning session. Watching us on YouTube on our Alpha Live broadcast. Thank you to everyone for your support and showing your love for grassroots karting, including here for this Junior Rotax heat. Getting very wide in that part of the track was Shea Hilton, and I think let through the charge of Joe Neal. Very sets the fastest lap of the race, having even though dropped down further on, and then beaten is Emerson McAndrew-Uren. A 58.6 is the pace out there at the moment, 3 tenths of a lap quicker than our race leader, Zach Turner, who's leading Tom Reed, Alex Lynn, Charlie Berry. Look at these 3 gaggle of karts going into the first hairpin. Ewan McAndrew-Uren, keep an eye on him. He is coming right through the field. Where can he finish in this one? The pace is absolutely electric from Emerson. Up to 16th now. There's Charlie Berry falling down the order even more. Both the Kato Motorsport machine of Popical goes on through, as well as Alex Lynn. They're in 3rd now. And Zach Turner looks over his shoulder with 2 minutes and a lap to go in this one. Abby Smart, thank you so much for becoming a SlipStream member, which means you can keep more of an eye on all of our action throughout the rest of the race meeting here at PF International, as well as some exclusive benefits on our Alpha Live YouTube channel and platform. Thank you for showing your love and support, and thank you very much, says the Kinix UK car up the inside there of Ryan Rapini. Lovely move, although gets tagged on the inside, it looks like, by Harry Holland, and then loses out as they come out of the second hairpin. You can hear the rumble of our Junior Rotax machines going over the curbs and finding their way around the Mike Wilson complex once more. James Tate, meanwhile, has a 5-second penalty down in P21. It's not a weekend going too well for him right now, and 5 seconds to add on to his misery from race control. Further pace being set by Emerson McAndrew-Uren in the 233 machine for Dan Holland Racing in P14. Let's try and pick up the 233 if we can towards the latter stages of this race. Zach Turner is leading by 6 tenths of a second. A move to the inside there. Meanwhile, from Theo Bradshaw, I think that was on Joe Neal, into the top 10. There is Emerson. There's the 233. Carving his way through the field. Right there you go, at the back of this group. He is finding his way further and further through into this race. What an achievement this would be to get even maybe into the top 10, maybe further than that. Even still, this is a superfluous drive from Emerson McAndrew-Uren once again. He's up into 11th for now. And he just found another place there. I think he has. He might be even into the top 10 now. Finding the braking. Look at the gap he pulls instantly from the rivals as he passes them, leaving them for dead. He's now 9th as we come through the first sector. Meanwhile, more scraps going on behind from our other drivers. The other Dan Holland Racing livery there of Alex Shepherd, battling with Beasley and Wheatley. Amazing racing today from Ronnie Smart in the other heats. Yes, I have to agree, Abby, thank you for jumping on board with us. Good luck to some other drivers being wished as well. And there is Charlie Very in 3rd though, chasing after the front of this race. Where is McAndrew-Uren going to finish in this one? He is 9th. Zach Turner is still holding on to 1st. Ahead of Tom Reed, who's found his way to cement back into P2. Charlie Very, Marcel Popical, Alex Lynn, Rapini, Holland, Campbell Lees, McAndrew-Uren and Liam Dooling is now your top 10. There is Zach Turner. We are on the final lap. We're into the final sector of this race. And Zach Turner, barring any kind of strange happenings, will take victory here at PF International once again. He's going to take another win to add to his impressive tally. Comes across the line ahead of Tom Reed, Very, Popical, Lynn, Rapini, Holland, Campbell Lees, McAndrew-Uren up to P9. Another incredible drive, up 20 places. 20 places in that one. And I'm just excited to see where McAndrew-Uren will finish later on in today's instalments, because if he's finishing P9 there, it would have done him the world of good for his intermediate classification, and what he can do in the final, we could be in for an absolute blockbuster of a race for McAndrew-Uren, maybe chasing after Zach Turner in the Junior Rotax races later with Ewan House in the mix. It's going to be exciting. It's a very, very exciting prospect between those three, which really seem on form this weekend at the moment. So we finish our Junior Rotax action for now. We'll get into our next class very, very soon and back to our next heats for them. But there's something very, very exciting happening here at PF International in the not too distant future, and I think you'll know what it's all about. Nothing like a bit of trance, D&B trance. It's wavy. It's giving us the vibes, and I hope it's putting you in good spirits this afternoon. Now into the afternoon in our morning session, though, still for Trent Valley Kart Club's championship for round 4. Here we are into Minimax 950 once again. Let's take a look at the grid and how they're starting for this second heat and finding their way hopefully towards the front. There is James Roots on pole. Dimitar Uzanov is second. Flynn Grantham, I think I bumped into Flynn's mum earlier on in the cafe. It was saying she's rooting for him today, and it's going quite well so far for 2D Motorsport on the second rotor grid. Flynn Grantham, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, followed by Luke Millward, championship leader in 5th. Oscar Kenny, Thomas Laidler and Jensen Sale on row 4. Ralph Martin, Corey Lyons, James Carver, Adam Bart, Preston Howard, Elliot Bourke, Sam Fleming and Freddie Blackshaw on row 8. And down towards row 9, Eli Owen, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Finley Rhodes, Akil Gioni, who is in second in the championship at the moment, needs to be higher up than where he is there to hold on to that. Rio Paniutu, Finley Beals, Alex Toniskis and George Simmons is P24. Judavant, Dagon Sigerson, and your final row, singly there, with Jack Hill for R1 Racing. Who's awning I spotted on the way into PF International, walking in earlier from in the car park from through the paddock, and it's a very nice awning they look like they've got. Some great support, even if they are towards the back of the grid for this one at the moment. But here we are though, 4 Minimax. Keep your eye on James Roots. Uzanov was right up there as well in the previous heat. So was Luke Millward. Jensen Sale as well. Never count him out. Can he do better in this second heat today? We're into the tram lines. They roar to the engines and to the start line, and we are away and racing into the first corner. And it looks like everyone has behaved themselves. Just as I say that, we've got some spinners, which has caused a massive domino effect in the tunnel. Thankfully, everyone is okay. No big impacts into the barrier. That is what we like to see, prefer to see. Meanwhile, James Roots is out in front of this one. And Scott Flynn Grantham now in second place, with Luke Millward up to third. However, we do have double waved yellows into the first turn, as there's a car out of action right in the middle of the racetrack as they get towards the bridge. Should be cleared though by the time they get to it. Meanwhile, our drivers here into Bobby Game corner, a dive down the inside. And Flynn Grantham is now the best of the rest, because look at James Roots and the gap he's got for Dan Holland Racing. Grantham, Millward, Uzanov, Fulbrook Harmer, the yellow flag gone. Brilliant work from our marshals here at PF International, regarded as some of the best in the country, and just showing that they are some of the best. Getting that instant cleared so fast, and some of the drivers coming together, can't take any avoiding action. That was Uzanov going round there, and then Sale arrived on the scene and got caught out and makes a radiator adjustment, tries to keep his car going in the right direction. Looks like everyone is still going. And I think one driver just got a bit of a tank slapper on, got all out of sorts, and then found themselves in the middle of the Luffield Bridge with Litchfield Bridge rather. Luffield, what am I talking about? Silverstone was on the mind. You can't blame me, it's a British Grand Prix weekend. Litchfield Bridge rather here at PF International. And just got all out of sorts on there, and then you arrive on the scene at the unsighted bridge, and well, what are you going to do? You're going to take avoiding action as best you can, but if you can't, there's not a lot you can do. So it's Roots, followed by Grantham, Martin, Millward, Bart, Laidler, Uzanov, Gioni, Elliot Bourke and Corey Lyons is your top 10 right now. Some gestures to point to the head to either think about it as a gesture, or it was rather pointing on ahead. Liam Karabalov says, come on Dimitar Uzanov. Currently down in P7 at the moment, falling through the field. That is Akil Gioni at the front of these three here, followed by Bourke and Blackshaw. That's your P8 down to P10 at the moment. Nice dive to the inside there from the number 12. Beautiful move on the inside. I say that was a 12. I think it was a different number. It was the, the 21, Ralph Martin. That'll do it. Just got the 1 and the 2 the wrong way around. Ralph Martin up into third. Nice move on Luke Millward in the final stages of that lap. And up through the bowl section once again for our Minimax runners. And James Roots out in the lead of this one. In the lead of the championship though, Luke Millward, who's in there in third at the moment, racing for X-Kart. He's steadily sort of progressed through this season. He's still awaiting his first win. They're in third right now. On your screen at the moment is Freddie Blackshaw and Elliot Bourke trading places. All these karts so close together, not finding any inch of a performance gap between them at the moment. Odd as even, and one by one as they come through and off the kink of the last turn, and getting a run out of the last turn. Looking like there was going to be a move up the inside there from Blackshaw on Adam Bart, but nothing doing. And still these 3, 4, 5 battle away. It's on the edge. And there is Luke Millward, who I was talking about. Wants his first win. He's got Ralph Martin for company behind, as Millward has got back in front of Martin on the last couple of sectors. Akil Gioni down in P7 has made a fantastic jump up 13 places in this one. A much better performance this time from Akil. Second in the championship. He was last year's champion here at PF International. He's got some good momentum coming off of winning at Woolton Mill Kart Club last weekend. He's trying to now dominate here at Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International and continue his good form in the club championships across the UK. And coming across the line, Dimitar Usnov setting the pace out there. On your screen was Adam Bart, and followed further back by Corey Lyons. Coming through the chicane and up through the bowl once again. 2 minutes 30 and 1 lap on the clock. And doing their best to hustle for position here. Here is Akil Gioni getting hounded from behind from Freddie Blackshaw. Oh, and trying to make a move to the inside there, and hopefully there's not an issue for the now newly crowned rally driver of Corey Lyons, that got found on the outside of making a move through the second hairpin and finding out very quickly that there was no room at the end to make that move stick. So there's Millward with the black helmet chasing after these two, and the gap at the front is coming down. It's come down to James Roots ever so more. Flynn Grantham is there in second, jumped up 1 place from the start. And finding the way through as best as they can, but no way through at the moment. Akil Gioni now swapped places with Freddie Blackshaw. Freddie Blackshaw over the bridge, got ahead of Akil. So Freddie Blackshaw's in 7th. Akil Gioni is in P8. There they are on your screen, the 7th and 8th places, and there was Ralph Martin. There is Ralph Martin battling alongside Dimitar Usnov. Is Usnov going to chuck it up the inside? Yes, he is. Textbook move through Bobby Game corner. Martin thought there was a slight sniff to come back at him there. Nothing doing, he's going to have to be patient. On to the next straight. Looks like we're going to have 2 more laps here at PF International in this Mini-Max class. And finding a way ever more through the turns, the twists, the tribulations between all of our drivers. And getting away through out of the hairpin and out of the second hairpin once again. Dimitar Usnov keeping Ralph Martin at bay behind for 4th and 5th. But what's happening with our race leaders? Roots and Grantham out front. It's only 0.3 of a second of a gap. Is James Roots going to hold off in this second heat for our Mini-Maxes? They cross the start-finish line very shortly for the final lap. They cross it now. And Luke Millward in 3rd is setting the pace. That might scare them a little bit, but they might have enough of a gap between them behind. James Roots goes super defensive way earlier than he needed to, and now he finds himself in the clutches of Grantham. As a result, he could have just continued driving on, and now he's going to have to go really defensive. Look at Luke Millward coming on the outside here, just on your screen. How close is he going to be? He's going to try and go around the outside. He makes it the inside. He switches back and takes the wide line again. Goes around the outside. Is Luke Millward going to do it? No, because there's company on the inside. Who's that at the front of the field now? I can't figure out. It is Usnov. Usnov has gone into the lead. Flynn Grantham is 2nd. Ralph Martin's in on this as well. Millward, where's he going to finish up? It's all changed on the final lap. But Dimitar Uznov from nowhere is going to take this one. Is going to take victory from Minimax. And in the blink of an eye, it can all just change like that. James Roots finishes 8th place in the end. Elliot Bork 9th, Adam Bart 10th, Jensen Sale not having as good of a luck in that race as he might have wished for. Down to P11, followed by Howard Kenny, Sheldon Hayward, Corey Lyons finishing in 14th in the end. Sam Fleming, Finley Rhodes, Carver Paniutu, and George Simmons for Craft Motorsport, rounding off your top 20. And James Roots must be absolutely beside himself. And looks like the good luck of Liam Karabalov there on the live chat certainly helped out to take on through into that one. And currently, with the way the results have gone in Minimax so far, Luke Millward is sitting at the top of the intermediate classification with the least points, and will be very promising news for him going into the final sessions. Well, there you go. Minimax not disappointing. Once again, all of these classes have their protagonists, and our protagonists at the front of the field. Uznov, Grantham and Martin, with Millward in 4th. And your top 5 rounded off by Thomas Laidler. But if you, whilst we wait for our next class of racing to come out, if you fancy getting your karting license, you've been in rental karts, you've gone over to owner driver karts, well, you can get a license for it, and we know how to help. So we go from our Minimaxes to our Micromax and Water Swift Restricted. And then we'll be, we've got how many? We've got quite a few before we get to the break, to be fair, but more still to come. Senior Rotax, Water Swift, Honda Cadet still to do their second heat. Junior X30, Senior X30 as well. But for now, it's Micromax and Water Swift Restricted, and 2 drivers up there on the side, just debriefing, hopefully. Oh, now they've looked at the camera, and they know they've been talked about. That's how long are we going to stay on them? Okay, we've cut away now. It's always the awkward, uh-oh, we're on camera. Don't do anything stupid. And let's get on to our grids for Micromax. Oh, don't do it to them. Oh, actually, just keep them there. Keep them there, and we'll put the grids behind them, so then they'll be on screen for ages. Then I'm not too sure who we're looking at here, but they seem to love it here. Love getting messages from the friends. Let's see what the grids are like, and then they can be in the. They could be a beautiful background. We'll get onto the grids for Micromax and Water Swift Restricted, and see how we're lining up for this one as the green flag waves, and our drivers making their way out. Oh, there we go. Stars of the show. Hendrix Falla, P1. Will Wainwright is 2nd. William Hatton is 3rd. Jensen Darlow is 4th. Felix Tandy is 5th. Kaya Vieira and Harry Riley and Jack Gould is P8. Lani Eden, Brady Atkin and Cooper Devon, and then Anthony Ray, Lucas Seabright and Robbie Lyons, Malachi O'Neill and Maxwell Sullivan is in P16 on row 8. And then your Water Swift Restricteds of Ollie West, Hayden Hakura and Charlie Kitchen, Marley Hibbert and Max St. Hilaire. And then George Askew, Riley Aston Wilkins and James Ferguson rounds off your grid. And then we will reveal once again our 2 drivers enjoying themselves out there at PF International. Give us a wave, lads. Okay. Oh, actually, meanwhile, more important matters, because as some of our drivers have been making their way out, we're going to have some issues here on our first opening laps. That was the 55 of Lani Eden getting caught up with another one of the drivers there, and I very, very, very much doubt we're going to be going racing here, as we've still got a car in the hairpin, although our marshal's doing an almighty job to get them cleared away with the rope and pulling the axle off the front as quick as they can. The karts are out the way, and to be fair, because of the amazing efforts of the marshals, I reckon we might get going racing. And we are underway for our Micromax and Waterstrift Restricted. They go into turn 1. And the bright fluorescent yellow of Will Wainwright, our championship leader, leads us into turn 1 to jump ahead at the start. And there's Felix Tandy already making moves further back and not wasting any time in this heat. He's got some company on the inside though as they make their way down to the first heat. The first heat, rather, oh my goodness, the first hairpin. They both begin with H. Let me be. Oh, and a tag onto the outside there. Has Tandy fallen back there? I don't know if he got a bit of a clobber on the outside. No, he's still going. It's all good. Looks like he got tagged slightly. He wasn't sure if that had knocked him. And his front axle maybe a little bit to the side and out of the race, but he's always still on the move though in this one. Wainwright and Darlow though in first and second. Darlow just holding off what looks to be Caio Vieira. Caio Vieira up into third. So they come across the start line. We'll confirm it for you. There you go. Wainwright, Darlow, Vieira, Hendricks Fallat falling down to fourth. William Hatton, Harry Riley, Robbie Lyons, Ollie West is your front runner in the Waterstrift Restricted. Then it's Cooper Devant and Brady Atkin, Anthony Ray, Caden Hukura, and then Lucas Seabright, Malachi O'Neill. Felix Tandy has fallen right down the order in the Waterswift Restricted runners. Darlow just about hangs it round the outside to defend ahead of the challenge of Hendricks Fallat behind, who's now starting to make his way back through the field after dropping further on. And Will Wainwright out of the front is not really pulling away. Jensen Darlow is reeling him in, even though he's enjoying around a 3/10 gap or so at the moment. Nice move there. It's a Bobby Game corner from Harry Riley on William Hatton, using the momentum, using the apex and finding the way through. Lovely move here at PF International of round 4 of the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. In our Micromax category, leading out of the front at the moment, it's Wainwright ahead of Jensen Darlow, who's got Fallat for company and then some behind. And then you've got the gesticulation of Caio Vieira behind, who wants Fallat to get on with this because he feels like he's got the pace. But Wainwright minding his own business out in the front. Darlow is the rear guard for now, with Fallat, Vieira, Riley, Hatton, Ollie West in the restricted, and then Robbie Lyons, Hakura and Brady Atkin rounding off your top 10 in this one. So they come through in the third and final sector. They're sort of settling down. I dread to say, because it might change very, very quickly. But Wainwright, Darlow, Fallat, Vieira and Riley all pretty much behaving themselves at the moment and all very polite, finding a way through. I say that Jensen Darlow's going to lose out here to Hendricks Fallat, who finds some speed and finds it on the inside. There is a single yellow as we go over the Litchfield Bridge, but green as they come off and down out of the hairpin. Not too sure what that's for. Just paramount safety for our drivers and paramount for Caio Vieira to get past Jensen Darlow here, who fancied it round the outside. Or no, Jensen Darlow will now have the inside as long as he doesn't get swamped on the inside, and Caio Vieira loses out there and goes cutting the grass for our marshals here at PF International without having to pay anyone. Not good for Caio Vieira, who's fallen right back there down below William Hatton, so he's down to 8th place as a result of that and keeping the car in a straight line, albeit on the green stuff. Will Wainwright and Fallat, followed by Darlow, Riley and Ollie West. Look at where Ollie West is, up there in 5th at the moment, setting the pace, the fastest lap, ahead of our Micromax runners. Fantastic performance from Ollie West at the moment. Keep an eye on Ollie West and, well, see what you can do with the final places in this grid. They're in their own category, but if you could put on a show here, why on earth not? Where is Ollie West going to end up at the end of this one? It's Wainwright, followed by Falat, and there's Ollie West then, in the number 4, who is in a different category, but he is a class above the field at the moment because he is mixing it with the likes of your Micromaxes, well on pace. Fantastic drive at the moment from Ollie. There he is in the green helmet, in the number 4. And really, you could argue, chasing down after Harry Riley and Jensen Darlow. Let's see what he can do. Meanwhile, Caio Vieira sets the fastest lap of the race. Darlow has Harry Riley all over the back for company. Welcome Serena House as our newest Slipstream member to Alpha Live, the Slipstream broadcast being brought to you, featuring all of the best grassroots karting action here at PF International, and right throughout the season you can catch other club championships like Wilton Mill and Shennington thanks to Slipstream. And you'll see all of the action first and not wait 7 days to see all of the finals and how they all played out towards the end of the weekend. You'll get other exclusive member benefits as well, including our Bump Draft podcast that you'll get to watch before anyone else. So thank you as always for your support and supporting grassroots karting, allowing us to bring coverage of more of these talented young drivers to more eyes around the world and here in the UK. And all eyes are on Will Wainwright right now, ahead of Hendrix Falat, Harry Riley, and here's one we should be looking at. A dive down the inside there from the Fusion Motorsport, oh my god, of Caden Hikora in the Water Swift Restricted livery, going through, I think, on Robbie Lyons. I'm so glad they got through that turn in one piece, because it was very much looking for a second that they weren't going to come out in one piece. Here's Wainwright though, and Falat, the jewel of the front of the field, shaping up into an exciting climax here in our second heat for Micromax. Water Swift Restricted. Where's Ollie West? He's still holding his own in 5th place. Fantastic drive from Ollie. Up 12 places in total in this one. Wainwright, Falat, Riley and Jensen Darlow. Then Ollie West, then Caio Vieira. Then William Hatton. There's going to be 2 more laps as they come across the start-finish line once again. Hatton, Hikora, Robbie Lyons, Cooper Devance is your top 10. As is the field spread, around about 11 seconds from the leader. Falat there though, where's he off to? Oh, he's so high on the mound, off of the bridge. It's now Hendrix Falat in the lead and Harry Riley in second, setting the pace in the final stages of this race with the old McLaren liveried kart powering through, and the yellow helmet, so iconic between those two, seems to be giving him the advantage and the edge in this one. We'll cut to Bobby Game corner, and Caio Vieira is jostling with Will Wainwright, who comes back through on him. Thought he was going to try and chuck it up the inside again there. Vieira knew there wasn't anything doing, and Falat is going to come across the start-finish line to bring us onto the final lap. And Jensen Darlow, who's been pretty quiet in these last few laps, is still very much in the mix to be at the front of this race. Can he nick second off of Harry Riley? The race coming towards him in the final stages. Falat with a healthy gap though of probably about 4 tenths, half a second ahead of Harry Riley. Where's this one going to end up? Into the second hairpin, out of the second hairpin, gets a good drive. I would argue that Harry Riley got a better exit though than Falat. Jensen Darlow and Riley, odd as even. He looks over his shoulder. Does Hendrix Falat coming into the final sector? through the final few corners. And Fala has staved off all the challenge, has led from pole position, and is going to go from pole to win in the second heat of Micromax and Water Swift Restricted, ahead of Harry Riley and Jensen Darlow. And then Will Wainwright falls down to fourth. Fantastic race from Harry Riley, up 5 places. And driver of that race has to go to Ollie West, losing out in the final stages there to Caio Vieira, albeit though in the Water Swift Restricted, you can't blame him. P6 overall. Great drive from all of our racers out there, including some of those Hatton, Lyons, Hakura and Anthony Ray, down to 10th. So that's your top 10 for our Micromax and Water Swift Restricted. And that'll be their final heat before we get to the finals later on. But now it's time to, well, get a little bit bigger in go-kart and in age range, because we go from Micromax and Water Swift Restricted to our senior road taxis. So the third and final heat for our senior road tax drivers this weekend. 3 groups in the senior road tax, as is the length and breadth of the field. 4 groups in our junior road tax, so very busy still, and still very busy for actually some of our drivers from that previous race finding their way off the track and waiting for our other drivers to make their way into Parc Fermé so we can get into our next race. So we're just going to wait whilst some of the karts there in the middle of the track are up on the jacks. And make sure you keep your support coming in for all of our drivers, and, well, support for our Alpha Live team, or even me, if you want. I don't care. But mainly the drivers, that's what we want to be supporting the most on our live streams here at the weekend. Just type a comment in the chat and we'll get you involved in the show and in the broadcast and have you as part of our coverage today. Right, 2 drivers just waiting to make their way off there onto the out of the, before they get to sector 3, just walking across the track. And now walking their car over the famous PFI logo on the start-finish straight. So we'll just wait for our senior road tax drivers to get underway. It looks like we've got a thumbs up from race control here and getting into the spirit of things this weekend. And our drivers are going to be just starting their engines shortly down in the dummy grid. So our drivers will come into Parc Fermé, they'll line up here in the paddock, they'll be on the dummy grid, and then they'll get the green light from race control. And there is the green light on the panel, as well as some of our spectators here this weekend at PF International. And for senior road tax in the third heat, then let's see who's facing off against each other in this one. Let's get your grids. And starting on pole is Ethan Martin. George Holbrook is there once again on the front row of the grid in second. Joel Dixon Cohen is third. Drew Preisner is fourth. Harry Bartle, who was up there in second in the last heats, starts fifth. Hartley, Turnbull and Smith down to eighth. Mikey Walker, impressive race last time, up into the front stages as well, into the front positions. James Lauder is rounding off your top 10. Barham, Fox Whiteley, Bennett, Hare, Lapper, Hanson down to P16, followed by Johnson, Costello, Quick, Grun, Kay Moretti, James King and Ruben Mainlock. Rathbone, Matthew So Thomas Shaw, Evelyn Bye, Samuel Kirkwood, Rathbone and Charlie Robinson and Kieran Glanville, rounding off all of your 32 packed runners in this senior Rotax final heat of the morning session, even though it's 1:15. You get what I mean. The first session of the day before we get into the finals, which you are watching for free on Alpha Live's YouTube channel now. Get yourself a SlipStream pass to catch all the action throughout the rest of the afternoon. And let's catch this action now. We are away and under racing now. Yes, we are. Holbrook on the outside there loses out massively to some of the drivers on the inside of him, and Ethan Martin though is all fine, leading away into the first turn with new drivers for company out at the back. So it's Ethan Martin at the front, and now various drivers behind him following through, and Ethan Martin's actually dropped down a second in first. I'm trying to make out this. I think that's Joel Dixon Cohen for 2D Motorsport has jumped up into first. There is George Holbrook, has fallen down the field. So it is Dixon Cohen, Ethan Martin, and then the Jax Motorsport machine of Harry Bartle, who's made another fantastic start in the senior Rotax category in this final heat. Trying to find space there in the final few corners. Coming across the line, there is Dixon Cohen ahead of Martin, Bartle, Turnbull, Holbrook down to 5th. Mikey Walker in 6th. Liam Hartley, Fox Whiteley in 8th. Joshua Smith and James Lowther in P10. They roar down towards the first hairpin once again, finding the braking point. As best they can there was Ethan Martin, controlling the rear end of his senior Rotax machine, but not controlling it enough because Harry Bartle goes through at the second hairpin. Joshua Turnbull also keeping an eye on George Holbrook behind. Leading this race, Joel Dixon Cohen out in front then with 4/10 of a second, 5-second penalty. Sorry, a 3-second penalty for Owen Rathbone from race control down towards P24. Not going to make too much of a dent in what's going on at the moment towards the front part of the grid. There's yellow flags waving, slippery yellow waving flags as well out on track just as they go under the bridge. Treacherous conditions. There's a car I can see to the side of the bowl section. Meanwhile, Dixon Cohen's under pressure from Bartle into the first hairpin and fends off the challenge. Will he fend it off into the second hairpin? He has to go super defensive, hug the inside line, and comes out of it to fight another day. 3-second penalty also for Evelyn Bye, the privateer driver, down in 28th. Race control dishing the penalties out like they've gone out of fashion. But as they needed to be today, they need to keep an eye on what's going on there. Race control being all's fair in love and war, seeing something out there on track, and they deem a penalty is necessary. Yellow flag still waving and flashing momentarily under the bridge section. I think it's all clear now. You can see that car just in the background there, just what's causing the yellow flag. Gets well out of shape there. Did Harry Bartle with Joel Dixon Cohen trying to come back at him. Harry Bartle into the lead now, and Turnbull up into second place. Fox Whiteley's trying to get on the action here as well whilst all of this is going on, and tries to throw it to the inside. Fox Whiteley ahead of Turnbull now. So it's a Jax Motorsport 1-3 with Turnbull in the middle. Hoping for better luck this time for Albie Lapper, says Barbara Lapper in the Lapper family on the live chat. And I would say the luck is going fairly well so far, because Albie Lapper is up 4 places from his start in 15th up to 11th, so not too bad so far. Harry Bartle, not too bad for him either, up 4 places. Fox Whiteley up 9 places into 3rd. Harry Bartle, though, has to be so careful because he's got a warning flag from race control, and he needs to have his wits about him when he goes defending. There's Holbrook trying to recover in this race. Up the inside, up into what looked like fifth there, just as he was making his way through. I think he went back through on Mikey Walker and got repassed in a couple of corners. He'll stay in fifth. Meanwhile, Bartle, trying to defend from Turnbull, has caught the eye of race control, and you can see there's an investigation flag up as well for 2:11 in this race of James King for the JDR team, down in 22nd place. Again, not going to affect things too much, but for Bartle, has to be cautious now if he gets an approach from Fox Whiteley, although now you've got the two teammates of Jack's Motorsport here with about 3 minutes and a lap to go. I don't think it's going to be a negative thing for Fox Whiteley to just sit there, keep Josh Turnbull for Coles Racing in third, and then just back the field up. And Harry Bartle can sail away further into the distance, and Fox Whiteley will happily play the wingman in this one. They're both going to be up there in the latter stages of today's race weekend. Noah Barham is under investigation now. Further down the order though, and again won't really pose a risk to the front stages of this race. To the inside, Dixon Cohen though, into the hairpin, and I think tried to get his braking right and couldn't really collect it. Josh Turnbull then fell down the order. Now Turnbull goes through past Dixon Cohen, and it's all changed again into the third and final sector. Holbrook's up to fourth, Turnbull's down to fifth. Mikey Walker's up to third, by the way. Finding a way to get up into the podium places once more. Mikey Walker is really determined to have a much better round this time at PF International, having had earlier penalties hamper him in round 3, but this is where he can be in the mix, up there in the final. He's in P3 for this one at the moment, and will do all the world of good to take him into the intermediate classification and his starting position for the final later on this afternoon. But Holbrook now trying to make a way through, trying to bring Josh Turnbull through around Mikey Walker, but Mikey is having absolutely none of it, placing his car in exactly the right place he needs to place it, defending like a lion. And now these two at the front are enjoying the company for each other, although it is a 1-2-3 Jack's Motorsport at the moment. So they won't mind, absolutely one bit. It's looking very, very good for Jack's Motorsport out there at the front, and looking very impressive for their awning and, well, just their performance in the 2026 season so far. And leading out the front, although George Holbrook wants to change that. Getting out so wrong and wide though was James Lauver on the outside. I think he's giving up at least a couple of places there as he was finding his way round the second hairpin. Got his braking all wrong. George Holbrook battling away with Josh Turnbull. He's lost out of the Josh Turnbull though. Turnbull back through. Mikey Walker leading this group. Let's see how our final two are getting on. They're very close to each other on this final lap. They've come across the timing line. They're going through the bowl section. They're up onto the bridge. And now our top two are coming off of the bridge and down towards the first hairpin. There they are. Bartle looks behind. Fox Whiteley. The team orders are off the table. We're on the final lap. Surely one of them wants to take victory more than the other. And at the moment, Bartle wants it more. Fox Whiteley tries to duck and under. Sweep back. Bartle's going defensive and fends off Fox Whiteley for now, who's got the fastest lap of the race to his name on the last lap. Close right up. Comes off the power, has to yield to Bartle. There was no space around there in the final corner of the Mike Wilson complex. And Bartle, it looks like he's going to take victory here in the third heat for senior Rotax. And then Mikey Walker, best of the rest really, in third. Another impressive drive from Mikey Walker, up 6 places. Fox Whiteley though, up 10 in that one for second. Victor Hansen as well, up 9 places for the Zip Factory team in 7th. Albie Lapper into the top 10 in the end. Great drive from him for Strawberry Racing. Adina Johnson says, come on Austin, show them what you're made of. And Austin, in the end, Austin Johnson down in P16 for Maxim Motorsport. Did go up a place, so can't be grumbled at. But your final 10 are Bartle, Fox Whiteley, Walker, Turnbull, Holbrook, Joshua Smith, Hanson Martin, Liam Hartley and Albie Lapper for Strawberry Racing. Rounding off your final senior Rotax runners for now this afternoon before we get to our reportages later on for them. But from senior Rotax, we go to a very different kind of engine now. We go from there to our second heat for Water Swifts. And no restrictions on our Water Swifts because this is all of the power available to them in this one. And leading the way for our Water Swifts in the category at the moment is Frank Morris, who's not been having the best of starting positions or even performances in the race so far this weekend. He's sitting at the top of the pile, at the top of the championship for S8 Racing. He won the second round 2 rounds ago. Can he bring home round 4? It's looking unlikely at the moment, but you never know. Lots can change in a weekend. Second in the championship at the moment is George Greaves, and third Oliver Kleinfelter for the TWM team. Second place at round 2, and looking forward to Kart Masters is Oliver. We've seen on his socials. Oh, and there's a doggy again. He's a good doggy. Oh, look. Oh, literally must be in his element. Like, just literally like the amount of walkies that you get round this whole circuit. I mean, it's 1,400 metres in length, but if you were to walk around the whole perimeter of PF International, I reckon you'd get up your 10,000 steps in no time. I mean, what's their step count? 100,000? They'd love 100,000. Get in. Look. Does the dog have a name? We need to find out. I need to find out the name of this wonderful, wonderful dog. I'm not sure. I don't want to assume the breed because, you know, there's crossbreeds nowadays as well. And anyway, it looks gorgeous. It looks like it's having the time of its life. And there you are. It's very much enjoying itself here at PF International this weekend. Right, waiting for our Water Swift Interclass to come out. And good luck to Cody Vertigan being wished in this one for our Water Swifts. Just waiting for them to come off the dummy grid. There is a couple of karts, though, still making their way back, albeit they are off the circuit at the moment, nearly. And trying to see who that. I think that was Liam Morelli for CPT Motorsport. Not been great for CPT Motorsport today. They had one of their drivers off earlier and another one and a front wing to take back to the CPT awning as well. I think getting it all out of shape into the bowl section in the last race. So just waiting for a yellow flag to clear and we'll be underway for our Water Swift Inter. But whilst we wait for our drivers to come out, we've got the grids for this one and let's run you through it for our second heat of the day for this class. And there is Alfie Davidson on pole with, well, I'd like to say teammate in second in Mason Hibbert, but it'd be very interesting to see that conversation that happened after the last heat. Chucked it up the inside, did Mason Hibbert at the final couple of corners where it looked like they were going to have a gentleman's agreement to finish. He starts second. Harry Chapman is third for XL Motorsport. Chester Forks is fourth. Ethan Owen, followed by Bodie Batch and Albie J. Stubbs. Rudra Golkanath is in P8. Ivans Veronins and Reggie Chandler is your top 10. Frank Morris, there, your championship leader, in 11th. Cody Vertigan, Max Frisbee, Williamson, Kleinfelter and George Greaves in 16th. Row 9 is Travis Giddings and Piran Brooks, Joshua Knighton and Jesus Bartulos, and Ilias Sami is on the final row of the grids. So here they are then, warming up on the formation lap, as per usual. You can see the very clear racing line there from all of our drivers have laid down the rubber. And how is this one going to pan out between Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davidson? It's sort of become the story of the weekend so far. And I'd like to see how it unfolds more so in this second heat. We haven't even got to the finals for Walter Swifts yet. Anticipation building in this class, and whether these two will have it all the same way as they did in the first heat. We are away and racing. Look at the gesture straight away from Mason Hibbert. Chops across to try and cover off the charge from Chester Fawkes, but I'm not sure he was successful. It's certainly one of the Fusions out in the lead. I think Davidson has maintained the lead, although getting very wide. And then Harry Chapman for XL further behind in second, but Hibbert's coming back through to second, and Fawkes follows through in third now. So it's Chester Fawkes in third, challenging and bearing down on Fusion Motorsport. And through the first couple of back straights, through the hairpins, and this is where we're about to arrive on the scene, where Hibbert dived down inside for Davidson, further back, a move there from Ivans Veronins on Rudra Golkanath in the top 6, top 7. And Fusion Motorsport coming across the line, leading us away with hardly anything to choose between them. I thought it was Chester Fawkes in third. It isn't, it's Ethan Owen. Chester Fawkes down in fifth, so it's Davidson, Hibbert, Owen, Chapman, Fawkes, Veronins, Batch, Chandler, Stubbs and Golkanath. Getting out wide there on the edge of that curb was Chester Fawkes, all on his own. And here's our kart geezer once again. All right, mate. Like PFI International. Yeah, of course you do. Running around is Rudra. I can't help it. It's just too good not to mention. What's it going to be next? I'm sure there are many other characters we can play, if you like. That's what you pay your SlipStream pass for. Mason Hibbert then has somehow found his way back behind Alfie Davidson after a poor getaway. First and second once again, and these two not giving an inch in the first stage of the race. Dirk says more Hibbert in a box moments, but yeah, I'm not too sure what we might see. There's a dive to the inside from Harry Chapman on Ethan Owen. So Chapman goes up to third for XL Motorsport. So it's almost 2 by 2, but looks like the two behind are going to make it one group of 4 very, very soon. And you could almost say it's kind of there now, as these two squabbling behind. Looks like Davidson's really holding up the field here. Definitely holding up his teammate, by the opinion of Mason Hibbert in the Fusion livery. Oh, getting a tank slapper there, Hibbert did. Clattering some of the curb, unsettled the back of his car. And Harry Chapman equally soaring away at the wheel there. Coming through the Mike Wilson complex and onto another lap once again. It is these 4 awfully close together, all trying to follow each other. The third place man of Chapman setting the pace out there at the moment, marginally faster than our runners in first and second. I say marginally, about 2 tenths faster, which in a race this close is quite the difference, and closing down all the more is Harry Chapman, reeling them in, and pretty much there. There's a yellow flag waving though out in sector 2 as a driver, I think, has found their way off the circuit as they come through the Fullerton S's, but once they clear past here, they'll be back to green flag racing once again, so overtaking can resume if Mason Hibbert feels like it's worthwhile and wants to leave it just a little bit more for the moment. Another lap chalked down. Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davidson facing off here like their life depends on it. And actually none of these two are even in the top 3 of the championship at the moment. Alfie Davidson not even in the top 10. Neither is Hibbert. They are here to make a claim this weekend at Trent Valley Kart Club and make sure that they're remembered into the other rounds, and that reflecting on the championship standings as well, I'm sure. Here's Harry Chapman though, with Ethan Owen behind. Harry Chapman has stayed ahead since that move in front a few laps ago, has been managing to maybe work together a little bit with Ethan Owens, kind of conceded to that fact. There's no point battling as they'll let these two out in front sail away, which there is more of a gap building now, just maybe from the pure pace coming towards the Future Motorsport drivers towards the end of this one. And indeed there it is, stepped up a gear. Alfie Davidson has found some extra pace in his Future Motorsport car, setting a 1 minute 2.25, only a couple of thousandths quicker than Hibbert behind him, but Hibbert has been held up by his teammate, so basically doing equal lap times. Nothing to choose between these two, and Hibbert being patient once again. We saw this throughout the last one. Harry Chapman though not being so patient, because he's been passed by Ethan Owen, now onto the podium. So it looks like Harry Chapman couldn't hold on to what he was enjoying just before, and Ethan Owen now for the DK Academy team out in front and onto the start-finish straight. Future Motorsport going through, and so is Ethan Owen. Harry Chapman wanting to stay on his gearbox. I say gearbox, you know what I mean, back of the cart, there's no gears in these things. Onto the rear bumper and over the bridge section once again, down, hurtling towards the hairpin. And look at Chester Fawkes sort of starting to kind of come into this a little bit. There's still quite a gap that Chester Fawkes has got to make up to 3rd and 4th here, but you can see him starting to come into the picture a lot earlier with Chapman, with Ethan Owen, and then into the Fullerton S's. There he is. Is Chester Fawkes on to steal the party on the podium here, or is it too much of a tall order? There'll be 2 laps to go once we cross the line now in a few seconds. And here we are then. Chester Fawkes down in 5th. There's your 2 Future Motorsport leaders in this race, bringing some good points home for the team. But is Mason Hibbert going to play the team game towards the end of this one? Let's see. We're in 3rd. Down here to Chapman and Ethan Owen and Chester Fawkes at the moment. Here's your battle for 1st and 2nd. Who's going to win in the final stages? Davidson and Hibbert. Now Hibbert left it right until a couple of corners time to pull off the move last time. Will Davidson be wise to it this time? There's no challenge or attempt of a move. Is Hibbert going to chuck it up the inside? There's absolutely no opportunity there for him. It's a couple of corners to go, and Davidson is maybe going to take this win one apiece. Is he going to get a good run off the start-finish line? Oh, he looks over his shoulder, and we do stay 1st and 2nd for the final lap at the moment. We're onto it now. And Hibbert waits until the bowler was all so close. They nearly tagged each other, but he just about pulled out in time. And Chester Fawkes up to third. He's reeled them in. Chester Fawkes has jumped both Chapman and Ethan Owen and Hibbert now. Really challenging Alfie Davidson at the front. Look at the defensive driving. It's happening way earlier than the Mike Wilson complex. He knows he's got his hands full here. Through to the Fullerton S's. Down to Bobby Game corner. He's wise to it this time. He covers the inside. There's way more defensive driving and covering the inside from Alfie Davidson. He knows that what Hibbert tried in the last heat. Is he going to have a gap to the inside? He nearly finds it. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but it looks like there's not going to be enough pace in the machine of Mason Hibbert. Davidson takes this one. Ahead of Hibbert. Davidson, Hibbert, Fawkes, Ethan Owen, Chapman, Chandler, Stubbs, Golkanath, Sammy and Veronins rounds off your top 10. Cody Vertigan just outside the top 10. With support from Glass Beyond the Books on the live chat. Come on, Cody. Roared him on to P11, followed by Williamson, Batch, Greaves, Frisbee, Kleinfelter, Giddings, Brooks and Knighton and Frank Morris. Sadly, our championship leader down towards the bottom of the grid. Wow, so not exactly a repeat between Davidson and Hibbert, but Davidson wise to Hibbert's challenge. How it happened last time, it wasn't going to let him repeat the same antics once again. So we'll go from our Water Swifts, and we won't see them till the final action later on, to our guest grids here once again this weekend, to the highly competitive Honda Cadets. And we'll see our Honda Cadet grids shortly, making their way out for their second heat of the day. And it's been great to see Archie Cannon settling into his new status quo as a privateer, but getting the support as well from Tim Parrott Motorsport, who he moved over to last weekend, and finding his feet in this sort of new space. When is Junior X30? It's going to be happening after this one, so hold on tight. But I do recommend you to watch Honda Cadets, because Honda Cadets is equally just as exciting, a very competitive field, a smaller grid than we might have in other championships, but other places of the UK. We have a pleasure of having them here though this weekend, and let's get your grids for our second heat in Honda Cadets. It's mainly going to be very similar to the similar one as last time. And here you go, Archie Cannon is on pole position then, with Shaylan Srikantan in second. Jensen Culler is third. Cian Doherty is fourth. Finn Hollis is fifth. Archie Edgar is in sixth. And on row 4, it's Alfie Love and Austin Dow. Row 5 is Oliver Vickers, Reggie Cook, Isaac Young, and Oliver Pask is your final runner in Honda Cadets. So we'll just wait for them to make their way round on the formation lap. Our marshals just getting into position around at PF International, some of the best in the country. Look at plenty of weaving and heat into these tyres, which you can lean on a little bit. Obviously they'll last quite a long time throughout a race weekend, but getting them up to temperature, getting some surface temperature into them is crucial. Probably not the hottest track temperature here that we might have had in 2026 so far, but plenty of grip still to be had out there, and Obviously, as we get later on into our race weekend of events, the more rubber being laid down, the quicker it's going to get for our fellow drivers in each session that they do. But remember, Honda Cadets are standing starters for the weekend. They'll come on to their first grid slots, and once again, Srikantan is very, very intelligently pointed. As you can see, look at the, you can see how much Srikantan is pointing towards Archie Cannon on the start finish line here. And we'll just wait for the red lights to fire up, and just checking that our race starter Nigel Edwards is happy with how all of our drivers have started to find themselves here on the grid. Who's going to get pushed back here? Oh, Srikantan, he's going to get pushed back, and he's going to be asked to come into the grid slot slightly differently. Yeah, so I think he was just slightly too much forward for the liking of our race officials and directors. We wait for the red lights. They're lighting up now, and they roar their engines, and we are away, and they are getting going here at PF International. Archie Cannon got a much better start than Srikantan. And into turn 1 they go, and Cannon leads Srikantan comfortably into turn 1 with Jensen Colour, although, hang on, where did Cannon go? What happened there? Srikantan up into the lead, then Colour, then Archie Cannon. I have no idea where Cannon went off to there. Cannon's trying to come back through immediately on Jensen Colour. And Jensen Colour's going to lose out also. Nearly to the challenge behind, I believe, of Archie Edgar. But that was a strange sequence of events for Archie Cannon there, who was well in the lead, and then they come off the bridge and everything changed in an instant. And now Srikantan, who wanted to angle his kart a little bit better at the start, didn't get the greatest of starts. He's had a good start though in the whole lap overall on the first round, because he's ahead of Archie Cannon, Jensen Colour, Cian Doherty, Archie Edgar, Finn Hollis, Alfie Love, Oliver Vickers, Austin Dowell and Isaac Young in 10th place, down to Cook and Pask in P12. And now Archie Cannon's got to recompose himself here. Obviously had a bit of a wobble on that first lap, having gone up into the lead momentarily for a few corners, and he can't allow Srikantan here to develop much into this race. Otherwise, it is Shaylan's to take into the distance, and taking those opportunities into the rest of this race. Already about half a second gap. Srikantan has built out in the lead. And will find his way across the line here with the fastest lap before Colour down in third. Is resetting the pace once again as they come through the chicane under the Litchfield Bridge. And a move to the inside there for Reggie Cook, who I think was trying to pass Austin Dowell, and is looking to pick up some more places here into the first hairpin, and clobbers some of the curve for good measure on the way out. But back to first, and this gap that Srikantan was building wiped away in an instant. As we were watching further back, Srikantan was enjoying about a half a second lead. Cannon has reeled him in no time, and these two seem to be the class of the field at the moment this weekend. And across the line, Srikantan will keep his lead, but only with 0.07 of a second behind. He has gone at least 4.5 tenths quicker on that lap alone, hence why he has closed right down here. Had the pace. I know Sturch got a bit out of sorts in one part of the circuit, but Cannon won't mind because he's now in the slipstream. Is he going to think about a move at the moment? No, it's too early on in the race. He thinks for him at the moment, you'd think that he wants to leave it at least 2 or 3 laps. 4 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap. Wants to time the move perfectly to not allow Shaylen any opportunity back in. However, if an opportunity presents itself like it did to Shaylen when Cannon dropped it in the first few corners, he's obviously going to take it. But third is starting to come into the mix here. Jensen Colour is just about holding on to these two. It's getting increasingly more difficult as Cannon's in the slipstream and Shaylen is setting the pace out there. As you can see just now, responding to that, setting identical lap times, our front two of Cannon and Sturch. And off the bridge once more. Cannon likes to use a little bit more of the runoff there. It hasn't really hurt his race pace advantage there whatsoever or at all. And Cannon is now playing patient in this one. It's going to wait to the moment that will be opportunist to dive down the inside, or leave it to the absolute final death, even though Shaylen might be expecting it. That's the thing, isn't it? You get into this stage of a race, you get into the sort of status quo, and you're not quite sure when your rival's going to go for it. You would be expecting a challenge on the last lap, in the last few corners. Would you be expecting a challenge, though, a little bit earlier on, in another time? They set identical lap times. Once again, nothing to choose between these two drivers. And let me know if you've been watching some of the Honda Cadet action in various championships throughout the year, because for me, having seen at least the action in 2 championships now, it has been so great to watch. So evenly matched are these Honda Cadet machines, and the skill and the drivers that are on show in Honda Cadets is to be applauded, because you get incredible close racing like this. Not much to choose between them, and Cannon almost pushing along Shaylen now. Gets a real jump over the curb there into the Fullerton S's and into Bobby Game corner now. Cannon is still all over the back of Shaylen with the clock ticking down. Cannon's probably now thinking about the end game in this race and how to bring this one home. If he's got an answer to get in front of Shaylen, they've dropped colour massively there, further back, almost about 2 seconds back. And the spread throughout the field now starting to show towards the back of the grid here. Isaac Young, your 84, followed by Cook, Dowd, Paskin, Hollis towards the rear of the field. Really cool livery there from Reggie Cook. Love seeing the all Lando livery going on, which is nice to see. Obviously Lando with his own Lando stand at the British Grand Prix this weekend. I'm sure Reggie Cook would just blend in there if he drove into it, I'm sure. But there it is on the 79. And I'm sure we'll have Lando in his inspirations, in his sights, to try and match the career of the newest and most current Formula 1 champion. But here we go, who's going to be crowned the champion of this race right now? Shaylen Sturch is still in the lead. He's managing to hold on to it from the pressure behind of Archie Cannon. Where is Cannon going to find a position in these last couple of laps? 2 to go off the Litchfield Bridge down into the hairpin. Is Cannon going to try it now? He is. He comes out. He pulls out into the inside and he goes for it earlier. Shaylen Sturch drops down to second. Archie Cannon thinks now is the time to go into first place out of the second hairpin. He's dropped a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a buffer that he can play with into the Fullerton S's to Bobby Game corner now. Shaylen takes a wider line to go faster into the corner, giving better mid-corner speed and a better exit to stick onto the back of Cannon. It's 1,400 metres to decide who's going to take victory in this one in Honda Cadets. And look at the straight line speed that Skrikanten's got round the outside, becomes the inside. What a move from Skrikanten around Archie Cannon. And now Archie has got to do return to sender. He's going to try and chuck up the inside of the Litchfield Bridge. It nearly ended up very sour indeed, but Cannon's got the inside somehow of Skrikanten into the hairpin one. And he gets it stopped. Cannon retakes the lead ahead of Shaylen. Has Shaylen got any more in the tank? A response to Archie Cannon? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Coming out of the second hairpin, he's in the slipstream into the Fullerton S's. Cannon looks over his shoulder into the Mike Wilson complex. Can Shaylen shape up anything here? It looks like he's going to run out of time. Archie Cannon needs a good exit out of the final corner. And he does get it. It's a drag race to the line. Shaylen tries to come out. Defensive driving to the line. Oh, it's so close. 300ths of a second between Skrikanten and Cannon. Nothing to choose between those two drivers throughout all of that race. The last lap, equivalent lap times. The previous lap before that, equivalent lap times. The lap before that, you guessed it, the same lap time. Cannon somehow though comes out on top, makes it count when he needs to, and finishes ahead of Shaylen Skrikanten. Jensen Culler in the end nearly 4 seconds back from the leader in Archie Cannon. Cian Doherty, Archie Edgar, Vickers, Alfie Love, Reggie Cook, Isaac Young, Austin Dowell, Oliver Pask and Finn Hollis, who sadly took no further part in that race. So Cannon, Edgar and Alfie Love, all with the help of Tim Parrott Motorsport this weekend, showing up in the Honda Cadet field. And that the Honda Cadet class is one to be followed and reckoned with. Right, we go from our Honda Cadets. We've got 2 more heats for you before we get to the finale and the crescendo of today's round 4 at the Trent Valley Kart Club. Next, it's Junior X30. So, if you've just joined in and tuned in to us for the Trent Valley Kart Club, hello, welcome. It's Jake Peach here, bringing you live commentary and coverage alongside the Alpha Live team for SlipStream broadcast with Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International. We're into round 4. We're in July, and it's the last club round before the big showdown event of Kart Masters in August. The green flag waves for our Junior X30s, and their engines fire up on the dummy grid. And as they come out, let's get you the grid then for our drivers in this one. George Edgar, Zach Shampney, Enzo Matarazzi, Milian Tomlinson, George House, Jake Flewitt, George Quinlan and Alfie Brown are your front 4 rows, with John Foley Jr., Henry Clark, Savani Kira and Orion Mater in P12. Devin Taylor, who had the baked bean exhaust in the last race, is in P13. Jacob Backler is P14, with Archie Rogers Tyler and Katie Donaldson in P16. Daniels row 9, we've got Max Mason, Nathaniel Hodges, Aaron Richardson, James Nolan, Archie Lee Bullock, Simeon Stone, Charlie Blenkinsop and Jack Wish on the 12th row of the grid, followed by Barney Copley, Sophie Campbell, William Vater, Izzy Wykes, Katie Clark, Cavan Hayes, Harry Bacon and Freddie Wood down at P32. And our final row of the grid is Ayrton Lima Evans and Tom Seamarks, with a packed Junior X30s out there today. Eileen Sinfield says great efforts for the Tim Parrott Motorsport team previously in the Honda Cadets. I have to agree. But now we turn our attention to Junior X30. With our drivers making sure there's enough fluids going through their X30 machines and in through the radiators. Don't want it to clog up and choke up before they get to the tram lines, although in all that smoke you'd be forgiven for choking on all of it. These drivers very used to it now, very used to this start procedure though. I don't want to talk too soon if we go for a false start, and we are away and racing into turn 1 at full speed and gets pinched on the inside there. One of the Bill ART machines, where there are lots of them I appreciate. I have a feeling it could have been Butterazzi, but it'll all make sense in just a moment as we'll try to pick out who has found their way to the front of the grid. So Zach Champney is leading this race with Jake Flewitt in second. Great start from Jake Flewitt, taking advantage of what happened in the first couple of corners, taking the escape road, or grass even, not really an escape road, to the side there, out of the second hairpin. Some of our drivers, and now Jake Flewitt finds himself in second, challenging George Edgar. Well, Zach Champney, although George Edgar, I'm not too sure where George Edgar has got to. It will confirm to us in a second as we come across the start-finish line. Yeah, George Edgar, nowhere to be seen. I think he was the one that got caught on the inside through the first couple of corners. So it's Champney, Flewitt, Alfie Brown, your championship leader in Junior X30. And now down towards the first hairpin. And George Edgar's all the way down in 6th place right now. So from pole to 6th, not a great start. Flewitt is to the lead though. He is now your pole man out there, out of the second hairpin and taking the lead of this race, taking advantage of our drivers being in places they didn't expect to be in. Alfie Brown now up into 2nd place, having a much better time of it in this second heat. Here at round 4 of the Trent Valley Kart Club. He's sitting there pretty in 2nd place now with Jake Flewitt in the lead. Alfie Brown, our championship leader. He won the last 2 rounds in the finals. The recent times, he also went from P31 to P8 at Wilton Mill Kart Club. However, in the final stage of that race, he charged all the way through the field as Alfie Brown, as he's now leading the race ahead of Jake Flewitt. He charged all the way through the field. No, Jake Flewitt goes back through into the lead and also brings George House with him for 2nd. I'll try and finish my point. Alfie Brown fought all the way from P31 to P8. No, I can't finish my point because George House is now 1st. That's it. Shall I just give up? Is it going to be a chance for me here? There's a yellow flag waving through that turn. Right. It's George House in 1st, Alfie Brown 2nd, Flewitt in 3rd. And who's that to the side? I'm not going to get a chance to stop. Jack Wish for the Jade Racing team, falling all the way down the order and having to find their way through the field once again. Right, it's George House. It's Alfie Brown, who's chain snapped in the final stages of Wilton Mill Kart Club as he was charging through the field from P31 to P8. Hopefully he's charged through the field here in 2nd and wanting to get the victory of this race. Finishes much better than it did last weekend. There we go, I got there in the end. George House, Alfie Brown, Jake Flewitt, who was leading this race a few moments ago, is in 3rd. George Edgar has recovered to 4th place. He set the fastest lap of the race whilst he's doing it. And taking as much momentum as he can out of that final corner, the start-finish straight, to hold off George Edgar for another few metres around PF International here. Sukmani Kira setting the fastest lap, down in P8, 2.3 seconds off the lead, in 8th at the moment. George House, though, leads this one for now. Down into the first turn, he goes super defensive very early on in this race. He really wants to hold on to first place, although he's opened the door for Jake Flewitt. He kind of forced his way through, and then so did George Edgar, who's now finding himself back on pole position nearly where he started this one. He's got to get past Jake Flewitt first though. And he's going to try and do that through the Mike Wilson complex. Nothing doing for him there. And across the curves of the final couple of corners, down the straight with 3 minutes exactly on the clock, plus 1 lap to go. And all our Birrell ART machines doing their best there. And the Bates beam machine of Devin Taylor and his noisy exhaust has earned him the fastest lap of the race with a 57.7 out there at the moment. Jake Flewitt's trying to posture now for the lead once again. It's 57.5 rather for Devin Taylor. George Edgar is just about holding on to the lead, but now Flewitt's got an inside line. It's almost like it's almost like Jake Flewitt turned to him then, shook his head and went, "Don't even think about it. I've got this position into this turn. I'm first. Concede. Come back to fight another day." Jake Flewitt makes that clear. He's in first now. George House has also used that opportunity to jump up into second, and Edgar's in third. Although George House, my goodness, he was right on the edge there, trying to throw it up the inside of Jake Flewitt, but realised very quickly that that wasn't going to end very well. There's a 44, by the way, Sukmani Kira, right on the back of this field, and they trademark hand point towards the drivers in front from Millen Tomlinson. Let's work together. Oh, it will be really nice. We can all finish first. It's not going to end up that way. Millen Tomlinson wants to use the psychology to their advantage. Let's see how that works out in the final stages of this one. Jake Flewitt then is holding off George House just about, who had a little look into the Bruno Ferrari S's at the end of the start-finish straight last time. Will he have another think about it this time? Jake Flewitt thinks about it. He goes slightly defensive. Comes across towards the chicane earlier than the last lap. And now George Edgar is trying to maximise his racing line and pace through that first sector. And look, he's got the run on George House on the inside. Don't think George House really realised it, and now he's going to let in about 2 or 3 drivers on the inside. 2 drivers go through, Edgar and George Quinlan. Where has George Quinlan come from? Haven't mentioned him for ages. He's up 3 places into where he is now. Great racing from George up there, in the likes of Zach Shamley and Millen Tomlinson as well. And now look at how the front 2 have broken away a little bit. Flewitt and Edgar ahead of George House. Zach Shamley, Millen Tomlinson, Quinlan, Kira. Alfie Brown finds himself down in P8 through the action of the last few laps. Katie Thompson is in 9th. Nathaniel Hodges in P10. Katie Donaldson for the MDL team this weekend, doing their best to try and be up towards the higher positions in this Junior X30 class. Flewitt postures to the left, no room on the inside. He hangs it out to dry for George Edgar on the outside as that hairpin 1 turns now into hairpin 2. But he gets his braking all wrong as Jake Flewitt outbraked himself. George Edgar finally retains the lead of the race. And now Flewitt drops right down the order. George House is 2nd. Zach Shamley is 3rd. Switching all of the time in this race. And with a final lap to go, this has fallen perfectly into the hands of George Edgar. But has he got enough pace to hold off the fast-charging George House? Zach Shamley behind. I really don't think it's over yet. Dive to the inside for 5th. I think from Sukmani Kira on George Quinlan. Don't think that quite came off as they come down into the first turn. It was looking pretty hazy there into the first hairpin. Not too sure why. Just a glint of the camera maybe. But our 44 of Samani Kira going down the inside there of Jake Flew, it looks like, and George Edgar. As much as a battle he might have had in those first couple of sectors, I think he has cemented this race victory now. Takes a look over his right shoulder, uses the exit curb on the outside, takes the final corner, the checkered flag waves. George Edgar is going to take victory for the second heat of Junior X30. Ahead of Zach Shampney, George House, Jake Flewitt, Sigmani Kira, Millen Tomlinson, Alfie Brown, Quinlan Donaldson and Nathaniel Hodges. And that is your top 10 for now. And that is very good news, that race, for George Edgar, as he's looking very good for the intermediate classification, and Shampney as well. Millen Tomlinson, despite finishing down in 6th place in that one, will still have a great shout towards the finals in the Junior X30 as well. So all of our drivers finally come across the line, and just before we get into our final heat then, before we get into our afternoon session and into our finals, just to make it crystal clear, if you want to watch the finals, you'll need something called SlipStream.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
So bringing you this SlipStream broadcast, powered by Alpha Live this weekend for Trent Valley Kart Club, and we're about to go into our final heat of the day. Make sure you sign up as a SlipStream member before we get into our finals for this afternoon, which means you can follow with the action straight after our morning's sessions and heats here, and you won't have to wait 7 days to then get involved in knowing what happened, how this all concluded from the morning session. And you also get access to our Bump Draft podcast with Henry Burdett, Andrew Madder and Piers Pryor, who know many a thing about the world of karting. And Dog Watch is back. Dog Watch is back. Oh, look at this. They're having the time of their lives. And now it's double trouble this time. Again, I don't want to assume the breed, but they look gorgeous. And you know, probably a great de-stressor at a weekend like this, where it's all packed and congested out down there in the paddock, and lots of things going on, lots of mechanics doing their thing, all the teams getting ready for their respective races. Talking of getting ready for that, let's get your grid for the final heat of the day then, before we get into our finals this afternoon. Senior X30 is next, and Nat Johnston, Hayden Eldridge is on the front row. Alex Wiley, who tried to start the last race, well, didn't, and had to settle for a DNF, wants to use this race as much as they can. Morgan Moore, Oliver Meek, Tristan Powell and Sam Lewis. Harrison Mackey is P8. Aaron Brown, Harry Cottrell, CJ Bennett, Ryan Gill, Bailey Brooker, Cameron Edmonds, Noah Sales and Macy Hitter is on row 8. Row 9 will be Lewis Bird, Max Ewell, Dominic Parabok, Gallagher, followed by Woodward, Newburn, Lask and Archie Cole. It'll be Isaac Marsh and Oscar Cole going off row 13, Charlie Phil, Bradley Heath, Jensen Buckingham, Ethan Higgins, Ben Cutsbland and George Wang in P32. And our final two runners on row 17 of Warren Russell and Alistair Cresswell. So here we go then, final opportunity for all of these drivers to lay their claim on this weekend's Trent Valley Kart Club Championship in round 4. And who is going to come out on top in this one? Your final predictions of your heats today, very welcome on the live chat below our broadcast that we're bringing to you on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. And you can see side by side Nat Johnston, Hayden Eldridge. Is Hayden Eldridge going to get a better start this time? He wants to come across immediately, but again gets pinched on the outside and finds himself all out of sorts and shape. That kart really not sitting pretty at the start, and had to really collect it as he came through the hairpin there. Oh, there's a kart that got collected onto the outside, I think, onto the curb just off of Litchfield Bridge, out of our picture at the moment. Hopefully they find their way back into this. But we fall into the second hairpin now. We pick it up here. There is a yellow flag out for the Litchfield Bridge section just after you come off of it, just before then. And possibly an issue for our drivers when they get round to there in a short moment. And it's Hayden Eldridge. I knew it was Hayden Eldridge. I thought it might have been Hayden Eldridge. Out. That's our championship leader. Out of this one. He's going to have it all to do this afternoon then to have any chance of holding on to the championship lead, depending on where our other drivers have come into this weekend. Oh, you got to feel for Hayden Eldridge. I don't know if there was an issue with his steering or it just looked very out of shape as he was starting the race. Maybe the setup that they've gone with. I'm not going to assume for 1 second, but what I will know and will assume is that Hayden Eldridge will be gutted and making that lonely walk back to Parc Ferme again and off the track. He's just walking through the track now, taking his helmet off and down towards Parc Ferme once again. He's just coming under our commentary box in a short while, but our go-karts meanwhile, our Senior X30s coming across the start-finish line, and there is Nat Johnston leading ahead of Alex Wiley, who's having a much better race this time, in second. Further back is Harrison Mackie, Tristan Powell, CJ Bennett, Cameron Edmonds, Bailey Brooker, Max Ewell and Sam Lewis in the 1-2-4 right there, just at the back of your grid. Your top 10, pretty much, well, a 10. It's very rare that you say that. They're kind of all together, really. Not too much to choose between them. The spread, not huge, although Nat Johnston and Morgan Moore separating out at the front a little bit. And actually, Mackie has got 1.7 seconds, 1.8 seconds off the lead to Nat Johnston. So yeah, actually a gap developing all the time. Now 2 seconds between 4th and 1st. But from 4th to 10th, it's anyone's game to choose between. Johnston, Morgan Moore, Alex Wiley, all getting very out of shape there off the final turn, which is far from ideal. I think that was Bradley Heath. I'm not too sure. I don't want to assume anything. Oh, as they try and find a way up through the bowl section there, trying to find a move on the inside. And I'm not sure anything was doing that much. Nat Johnston is now finding their rhythm into this race. In second and third, a lot more hotly contested between Morgan Moore and Alex Wiley. This is further back, down towards 10th. There's Bailey Brooker, who's in 10th. I think he's about to be passed by Isaac Marsh for 10th place. Macy Hitter now in 10th. That was Macy Hitter going through. And all trying to find their way across the line. Pace being set by the 4th place man of Harrison Mackie then, as they hurtle down through at 100% power into the bowl section. You can see the marbles really starting to develop on the outside now. Not where you want to be. If you get caught out and off the racing line, you lose all your grip, get loads of dirt on your tyres, and give your rival the advantage who didn't find themselves there. into this complex here. There's still it was 3 wide there at one point going through. I think we pick up the battle there. That was Ben Cuts-Bland in P15 for Vismo International Limited, and awfully wide there for our 23 runner Noah Sales in the S8 racing machine. Got the braking all out of sorts, and now will find themselves dropping right down the order if they're not careful, further towards the back. Oh, and I hope they're okay. I think that was Bailey Brooker for the TWM team. Yeah, down towards the back of the field. Looked like they were, I think just when we cut to it, looked like they were struggling over the barrier, but I think physically all okay, just trying to get out of the live race circuit and back to Parc Fermé, back to safety, and finding their way through. And welcome to SlipStream, Richie Hall. Thank you for getting your SlipStream pass. Lovely to have you on board and supporting grassroots karting, and you will catch all of the finals action as a result straight after this in the second session in our finals of round 4 of the Trent Valley Kart Club. And a move up the inside there. Beautiful textbook move from Lewis Bird on Dominic Parabok, I think, in the VRE team. Further along though, we cut to this battle between Alex Wiley and Morgan Moore. Nat Johnson enjoying it out the front, but Alex Wiley now dropped down to 3rd with Morgan Moore in 2nd. And Alex Wiley 2nd in this championship at the moment for the MLC team. His best result so far was P3 and a podium, and he's currently sitting there right now in this heat. Recently got onto the 2nd step of the podium at Kim Bolton, racing there recently. Archie Cole's got a 5-second penalty. According to race control, Archie Cole right down in the pit. Well, he's actually in the pits now, so it's not going to make too much difference at all to the complexion of this race, but Stuart's having to do the automatic thing and being fair. And a fair move up the inside there from Harrison Mackie, who takes 3rd place off of Alex Wiley. So Wiley's really dropping down the field here, and if he's not careful, CJ Bennett is fast charging behind and bringing Tristan Powell along with him as well, and before long it's going to be in the mix with all of these drivers. These two though actually out the front. Nat Johnston has built a 2nd gap now over Morgan Moore. Harrison Mackie 1.5 seconds off the lead. Alex Wiley 1.6 seconds, 2.4 seconds from 5th to 1st, with the gaps really spreading out now. But these two here finding their braking point, and a move to the inside. Trying to spot who that was. I think that was CJ Bennett and Tristan Powell, or maybe Bennett and Wiley. Couldn't quite see. Wiley possibly falling down. Yeah, well, CJ Bennett and Tristan Powell, it was between them. So Tristan Powell up to 5th, and CJ Bennett in 6th. We're about to take the last lap board here to check for the final time. Nat Johnson has the luxury of looking over his shoulder what felt like an eternity to see where Morgan Moore was behind. So Nat Johnson's going to bring this one home by the looks of it, and Morgan Moore is the rear gunner right now, holding off the likes of Harrison Mackie and Alex Wiley, who will be disappointed to be down there in 4th at the moment, having been stronger in this race, that's for sure, but wanting to be up there much further than they're sitting in right now. Maybe up towards at least 2nd, maybe felt viable for Alex not too long ago. However, he's got Mackie and Moore in front, and Johnston, who has held a steady gap throughout this race. There's going to be no more attempts of a pass, I don't think, out of these final couple of corners. Johnson's going to see the checkered flag ahead of Morgan Moore, Mackie, Anne Wiley, Tristan Powell, CJ Bennett, Aaron Brown, Max Ewell, Sam Lewis and Cameron Edmonds, your top 10 in Senior X30. And taking the victory here, Nat Johnson, as one of the karts has maybe given up the ghost there on the side, takes the escape road to the left in the safety of the marshals, won't disrupt any final proceedings here between our sessions. And that was our final heat of our first running today in the Senior X30s then. And all those valuable points going into the final classification to see where our drivers will be ending up in our finals coming very, very soon. But for the meanwhile, here to all of our viewers on our Alpha Live YouTube channel now, watching this Slipstream broadcast, make sure you purchase your Slipstream pass if you'd like to watch the conclusion of today's race meeting and the finals here at Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International. It's myself, Jake Peach, signing off for the moment. I'll see you on the other side.
Slipstream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual Slipstream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join Slipstream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.